Okay. Good early morning, everybody. This is Pamela, your host of the Keeping It Real podcast. I hope you all are having a look out your window this morning. If it's nice and gorgeous, enjoy it. Um, but this is not why I'm getting on. 22 years ago today, an unthinkable thing happened at 8:42 in the morning on September 11th, 2001. I was going to do a video discussion with footage of the Twin Towers playing over it, but I really didn't have time last night because I wasn't feeling well. Um, but I'm hoping to work on it sometime today. So don't lose hope on me yet. I will be talking about the 9/11 attacks on that footage. I hope you have your internet or anything trained on your TV. Um, I'm watching Sky News right now. They're preparing for the memorial service for the victims of the Twin Towers attack. And we should remember the victims and not the scumbags who perpetrated this horrendous event on our soils. Because people like Bin Laden, Kim Jong un, and Vladimir Putin, they don't want us to have any freedom. But Osama and his pricks caused this melee in 2001, where over 3,000 people died. And I just heard on the ticker before logging into Sky News on YouTube um, that they identified a couple more people that died in the Twin Towers attacks. And for those that are wondering why they're still identifying remains, they want to give the families that suffered their losses closure. You know, if they have any remains at all, they should be given closure and remains given to family so they could have a proper burial. Um, like I said, you could watch a lot of documentaries from The Falling Man, and if you could find it, Hotel Ground Zero, and there's even one on the Pentagon, and there's even one where they talk about the president. Um, the morning he was down in Florida, he was due to give a conference about literacy. Went down to talk about literacy and read a book to kids. But as the attacks happened, former President Bush had to pull up his bootstraps and figure out who did this and what we're going to do to rein these tools in that planned this thing. As we all know, a couple of planes were rammed into the World Trade Center and its secondary tower, killing thousands of people. And another one took an airplane and crashed it into the Pentagon. And a third one that I know of was flying over Pennsylvania when it crashed. Thanks to the bravery of the men on that airplane, they decided to bum rush the cockpit and try to wrestle control of the plane away from the scumbags. Because, you know, they weren't going to let a bunch of cowards crash into our capital and destroy the democracy. We came pretty close that morning. You know, and for those that think that this was an inside job, shut up. It was not an inside job. If you want to talk about failures, I can give you a couple of failures: intelligence failures, TSA failures. Try those two. And those scumbags that did this had no problems coming over to our country and getting green cards so they could take flying lessons at flying schools here in our country. They were scouting for airplanes, acting like the nice guys. But they used their newly honed skills to cause great harm to this country. It sucks. It really, really sucks. I don't even know their names. I don't even care about the names, these punks. They crashed airplanes into Twin Towers and the Pentagon, and they tried to take out the Capitol, the shining jewel on the hill. Remember? And people were not celebrating that day. When the towers was hit, firemen got right to work. Policemen went right to work. The clergyman from one of the firehouses went right to work and was offering up prayers and support for our fellow brothers and sisters going in to fight the fires. The first casualty of this event was a preacher from one of the firehouses. And there's a picture of him being carried out by fellow firefighters and was considered the first casualty of this event. And I'm sure a lot of you don't know the people that died in the towers, but I do know one person who died in the towers. And she was a Rick Springfield fan. Her name was Marnie Pont O'Doherty. And she was down there at the World Trade Center, I guess, for work. I didn't even know she had died until Rick Springfield's fan club newsletter, when you still got newsletters in the mail, if you were part of the fan club. They had like a little memorial snippet for her. So, yeah. She was my friend. I met her at the concert here in Columbus in 2001. On August 10th of 2001, we saw Rick Springfield together, and we got to meet him together. And she and a friend of hers walked me to my special needs bus to make sure I got home safe. So, yeah. But the people who did this are major league scumbags. Rather than talk about it all here, I'm going to be going on to stream any sound that I can get out of my TV. As you can tell, the picture is not too good. I don't have the fancy schmancy crap to totally shoot the screen. But go to places like Sky News or wherever you get your podcasts or your news coverage, as Spectrum has taken away some local networks here in my area. So I spend more time watching videos on YouTube. In fact, I've been looking at videos or trying to find new videos on the 9/11 terror attacks. I do this every year. It keeps it's not an obsession, but it keeps it present in our minds that if it happened once, the same shortfalls could make it happen again. And like I said, if you want to play the blame game, try TSA. Try the intelligence agencies. They're the ones that screwed up, not the president. And let's just say former President Bush had a lot on his plate. He knew that this was going to define his presidency. He knew he had to do what he had to do to keep this country safe and let people know that we're going to find these guys. We're going to rein them in one way or the other. This is an act of war, and terrorism on our land will not stand. Not from foreign or domestic. Remember that. You do the crime, you pay the fine, right? They're getting ready to have the memorial service. They'll probably start around the time that the attack happened. And I'm sure they're going to be going from New York, the Ground Zero area in New York, to the Pentagon. And they're going to probably make some remarks about Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And before I end this shorter commentary, I'm going to put props to all the firefighters, medical personnel, clergymen, and people on the street that were trying to help the firemen. And even fire departments from California were deployed to help sift through the rubble. And when they found a body of a firefighter, they would tell the New York firefighters that were still there where the body was, and the New York firefighters would go and get the person out of the rubble and cover them in American flag and bury them with honors at the appropriate time. So, yeah. 22 years on, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago. For the victims that were actually there, it never goes away. I was scarred, but I'll talk about that here real quick. It's a beautiful morning like it is this morning. 2001, I was cozy in my bed. I had my old bed from when I grew up. It was a full-size bed laying on the wall back behind me. And I was cozy in my bed. I had my dog in bed, my cordless house phone, and was just coming out of asleep, being between asleep and awake. And I get a call from my brother. And he told me what was going on. He's like, turn on your TV. And it took some finagling, but I found the remote after being told at least twice to turn on my TV. And I couldn't believe the images that I saw. Was this a Men in Black movie or something like the Avengers? But no, it was absolutely 1,000% real. And I was scared. I was petrified. I called my mom and dad down at Myrtle Beach. They were living out their golden years on the coast. This was about at least almost 3.5 years before my niece was born. So, yeah. So I was on the phone with my brother, my older sister, and my mom and dad. And my mom and dad said, if you need to call us, if you want to call us and stay on the phone, you call us. And I'm like, but what about the phone bill? And my dad said, well, we'll worry about that should you decide to call us. And I was on the phone quite a bit with my mom and dad. And I feel bad for the victims of the terrorist attack that were right there, from men, women, children who were there that day. My heart bleeds for you every year. It's just crazy to think that because we have freedoms here that most countries can only think about. And there are people that don't want us to have that. Osama bin Laden is one of those people. He orchestrated not just this attack in 2001, but the one back in 1993. And to this day, I firmly believe that the attack on the towers in 93 was a test run for the live main event, as they would say in the movies. But this is no movie. What happened was absolutely real. I think for the time being, even though they haven't started yet, they're getting ready to. People are gathering in New York with Kamala Harris. She's there, among other constituents. I think I'm going to go into silent mode and watch some of the pageantry and circumstance. Not happily, mind you. I'm never happy when this day comes. I'm just glad that New York is a resilient town and they don't take no crap. I remember seeing footage of people in Times Square telling the media, we need to go over there and just nuke them, is what he said. We need to go over there and just take care of them. And I don't mean that, and the guy didn't mean that in a good way. And let's see, Ben Vereen sacrificed his health to help those in the damaged area. He's now suffering from the after effects of 9/11. He basically said to the world on YouTube in an interview that he did for the 9/11 memorials, you come over to my country and you try to kill us. You don't like coming. You don't like it here. Don't come over here. You try it again. Not in my neighborhood, buddy. Not in my neighborhood. I'll have to find that interview with Ben Vereen, and you guys could watch it. Maybe I'll put it in the Remembering 9/11 playlist that I've been updating so heavily. So keep an eye out for that sometime tonight or over the course of the week. But for at least a little while, I'm going to let this play. I know you won't be able to see the stream, but maybe you could hear the names and the tolling of the bell. You're going to be seeing stuff from New York, the main epicenter of this attack, and the Pentagon, and maybe something from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. I want to dedicate this to the families and the victims of the World Trade Center attack. Your lives were not in vain. We got the guys who did this. So, yeah, that's one thing we could all be happy about. But to the victims of the terror attacks and those that are still suffering from the after effects, my heart is with you this morning. So if you have Sky News on your TV, you can go to the Sky News YouTube channel and pull up the live stream. It's just now starting to get underway. So, yeah. Sit back and watch the names. I'll let this stream play for a while. I'll turn my sound up so you can at least hear some of the names. I probably won't stay through the whole thing because I have other things I need to do. But keep the victims in your prayers, or keep the survivors in your prayers, and those who died. Please do that. So, and they paused for an ad on YouTube. What can I say? I can't believe that. The most solemn occasion on planet Earth right now. And YouTube decides to put in a goddamn ad. But, we'll persevere through like we always have, whether YouTube likes it or not. I hope they enjoy the money they get from this. We're talking about YouTube here. And we're going to go to that. People are holding up pictures of their missing loved ones and past loved ones. So please keep them in your heart and mind as we go through today. Be on the lookout for a better quality video with me talking over footage and maybe playing through some of the footage in another video here, either by tonight or sometime later in the week. Please keep our lost souls and suffering in your thoughts today. So now I'm going to go on to silent mode so we can watch this together. All right. I'm going to get something to drink and we will get underway here. So let me turn this toward the TV and we will get started here. There we go. It is now 8:41 in the morning. So let me get the volume up and we will get it underway. Thanks for listening. And if you like this content, please like and smash the bell. And be sure, if you want to get all notifications, click on the all notifications. If you don't want any notifications, that's fine too. You're free to do that. And if you want to talk about your experiences on 9/11, feel free to in the comments. But I will be keeping comments on the chat. So you cannot pull anything today. They're getting underway. They're carrying the American flag down the rotunda. So this is for the lost and the families of the victims. And thank you for your service, gentlemen, in the service. So here we go. Whoa. Wow, this sound is absolutely Let's see if we find something better here. Okay. Let me see. Sorry about the terrible sound on that. Not my idea. So let me see if I could go back through the thing here. Shit. I'm sorry, people. I didn't mean to cut it off like that, but that sound is absolutely terrible. So let me see what I can find here. Okay, September 11th. So NBC is going live, so we'll go to that. So I'm sorry about that.
The new Lippmann Tornado Spin Mop. And mop it like it's hot. High-speed wringer and extra large microfiber head removes excess water for a fast clean. So fill it, spin it, and mop it like it's hot.
Apocalypse, isn't it lovely? Not.
I think being out in nature heals you. I think the outdoors resets your brain. Takes just a short time from now.
So there we go.
Rahima, thank you very much. This moment seared in our collective memory. Where were you 22 years ago? Here's the moment of silence. Silence followed by the sounds of bagpipes in Lower Manhattan, the first of many moments of silence today to honor and remember those who fell 22 years ago on 9/11. We'll have much more on today's tributes on NBC News Now, also over on MSNBC. For now, we return most of you to the Today Show. For others, your regularly scheduled program. I'm Savannah Guthrie. This has been an NBC News special report.
Are you freaking kidding me? God damn. This is stupid. Well, I'm trying here, people. Okay. Let's see. I'll punch in 2023 and see what that comes up with. We'll space it and go to number and 2, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Search. That might help. I know I'm tired this morning. They're not even streaming. Well, I'm going to do a better video when I get a chance. I'll see if I can go back to Sky News and see what I can find out. But I'm sorry, the sound was so terrible on that. I didn't expect that. Of course, they don't check their fucking equipment, so. Yeah, let me see here. Sky News. Guess we'll have to go back to that because we have no choice. Okay, memorial service.
Experience a dazzling new display at the Asian Lantern Festival World of Wonders, presented by UPMC Health Plan. Celebrate the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium's 125th anniversary.
Fuck your goddamn ass. Oh, that's terrible. Jesus. Can't watch that. Let me see. Clear. Okay, we're going to go to NBC and see what we can find out. If not, I'll go to CBS. This is stupid. I want to hear the reading of the names. My friend is in that shit. So, yeah. Give me a break. Let's see what they're talking about it now.
You can't even see anything anymore. Now he's wrong. Now he's real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now he's constant.
Come on, goddammit.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Cher has finally announced.
Who cares about fucking Cher? Okay. Maybe I might have found something. Vice President Kamala Harris attends 9/11 memorial service in New York. We'll go with that.
Yvette Constance Anderson.
John Jack Angiacchio.
Michael Rourke Andrews.
Sorry about the shitty sound on that other channel. Not my fault. So let's sit back and hear some of the names now. Maybe we can get through this thing. All right, here we go.
Ann Andrucki.
Sue Mia Eng.
Joseph Angelini Sr.
Joseph John Angelini Jr.
David Lawrence Angel.
Mary Lynn Edwards Angel.
Laura Angeletta.
Doreen J. Angrasani.
Lorraine Antigua.
Sema David Ionyama.
And my father, firefighter Jonathan Lee ILP. Our family misses you every day, and we miss you very much. May you rest in peace.
And for my uncle, firefighter Jimmy Richards, tomorrow would have been your 52nd birthday. And even though I never got to meet you, I will never forget you. My sisters, cousins, and I are so proud of you. We love you forever. Happy birthday, Uncle Jimmy. God bless America.
Peter Paul Apollo.
Faustino Apostle Jr.
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Patrick Michael Araños.
David Gregory Arche.
Michael George Archinsky.
Louis Arena.
Barbara Jean Aristegui.
Adam P. Arias.
Michael J. Armstrong.
Jack Charles Aaron.
Joshua Todd Aaron.
Richard Avery Aronell.
Myra Joy Aronson.
Japhet Jesse Arye.
Carl Francis Asaro.
Michael A. Asiak.
Michael Edward Asher.
Janice Marie Ashley.
Thomas J. Ashton.
Manuel O. Asidembe.
Greg A. Atlas.
Gerald Thomas Atwood.
James Audifred.
Louis F. Aversano Jr.
Ezra Aviles,
Sandy Ayala,
Arlene T. Babakitis,
Eustace R. Bacchus,
John J. Badakliaka,
Jane Ellen Basler,
Robert J. Fairwalter,
Andrew J. Bailey,
Brett T. Bailey,
Garnet Ace Bailey,
Tatiana Bakalinskaya,
Michael S. Bach,
Sharon M. Balcom,
Michael Andrew Bain,
Catherine Bantis,
and my father, John Leslie Albert. He was a great man, filled the room with his presence, missed by those who knew him. One other thing I want to say, the median age of all the names I read was 37. These were people in the prime of their lives. They had a lot to live for. They simply went to work one day and never returned. May we always remember them.
and my father, Andrew Stern, you are remembered, missed, and loved so very much every day.
Firefighter Gerard Baptiste.
Walter Baring,
Firefighter Gerard A. Barbera.
Paul Vincent Barbaro,
American Airlines Flight to Christine Jonah Barbuda.
Victor Daniel Barbosa,
David Michael Barkway.
Colleen Ann Barco,
At the Pentagon, United States Navy P.O. Melissa Rose Barnes.
Matthew Barnes,
Evan J. Barron.
Sheila Patricia Barnes,
Firefighter Arthur Thaddeus Berry.
Renee Barrett Arjun,
Police Officer Maurice Vincent Berry.
Diane G. Berry,
Carlton W. Bartels.
Scott D. Bart,
Anna B. Bissino.
Guy Barsby,
Kenneth William Biznicki.
Alicia Christine Burton Basmajian,
Paul James Batalanga.
Stephen Joseph Bates,
Ivan Louis Carpio Batusta.
W. David Bauer,
Mark Lawrence Bavis.
Marlon Capito Batista,
Lorraine G. Bay.
Jasper Baxter,
Todd M. Beamer.
Michelle Beal,
Jane S. Beatty.
Paul Frederick Bettini,
Lawrence Ira Beck.
Alan Anthony Beaven,
And my grandfather, Firefighter Alan Karasarich. As I'm growing up, I'm hearing so many stories. My brothers and I feel like we get to know you, but still, I wish I had a chance to really know you. Everyone in the family misses you. We will never forget, and we love you.
Alan Anthony Beaven, Manette Marie Beckles, Michael Ernest Beekman, and my uncle, Ian Schneider. We love you so much. Yo, dude.
Maria A. Bear,
Max J. Bilkey,
Elena Bilovsky,
Nina Patrice Bell,
Debbie S. Bellows,
Stephen Elliott Belson,
Paul M. Benedetti,
Denise Lenore Benedetto,
Brian Craig Bennett,
Eric L. Bennett,
Oliver Bennett,
Margaret L. Benson,
Dominic Berardi,
James Patrick Berger,
Stephen Howard Berger,
John P. Bergen,
Alvin Bergson,
Daniel David Bergstein,
Graham Andrew Berkeley,
Michael J. Berkeley,
Donna M. Bernards,
David W. Bernard,
William H. Bernstein,
David M. Beret,
David Shelby Berry,
Joseph John Berry,
William Reed Bethke,
Yanene Bitru,
Timothy D. Bedley,
Carol Mayer Bug,
Edward Frank B.A.,
Paul Michael Bear,
Anil Kaliram Paravane,
Bella J. Buchan,
Shimmy D. Gelson,
Peter Alexander Beifeld,
William G. Biggert,
Brian Eugene Bilcher,
Mark Bingham,
Carl Vincent Binney,
and my nephew, firefighter Michael Roberts, who was joined by his mom in spirit 2 days ago last year on September 9th. And Michael, I stood there that night and I saw the wreckage and knew I'd never see you alive again. And something came to me, this voice, I could hear him saying, Uncle Joe, that's awesome, Uncle Joe, that's awesome. And I thought how much he loved me. And I asked why. And the answer came that I have to live the life and be the man that he loves so much. And that's what our loved ones leave us with. God bless.
and my uncle, Edward James White III. Uncle Teddy, which each year that goes by, we love and miss you more and more. We are so proud of you, and you are truly an American hero.
Gary Eugene Byrne,
Joshua David Birnbaum,
George John Bishop,
Chris Romeo Bishula,
Jeffrey Donald Bittner,
Albert Alewa Blackman Jr.,
Christopher Joseph Blackwell,
Carrie Rosetta Blackburn,
Susan Leigh Blair,
Harry Blanding Jr.,
Janice Lee Lanny,
Craig Michael Glass,
Rita Lau,
Richard Middleton Blood Jr.,
Michael Andrew Picardi,
John Paul Bocci,
Michael L. Bocchino,
Susan M. Bocchino,
Dira Francis Bodley,
Bruce Douglas Bohm,
Mary Catherine Murphy Boa,
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan,
Darren Christopher Bohan,
Lawrence Francis Balso,
Vincent M. Boland Jr.,
Tori Hamzavi Bolorchi,
Alan Bondarenko,
Andre Bonhauer Jr.,
Colin Arthur Bonnet,
Frank J. Bonomo,
Yvonne Lucia Bonomo,
Sean Booker Sr.,
Kelly Ann Booms,
Canfield D. Boone,
Mary Jane Booth,
Sherry Ann Bordeaux,
Christine Bordename,
Jerry J. Borg,
Martin Michael Borzewski,
Richard Edward Bosco.
And my uncle, firefighter Christopher Michael Mazzillo. Uncle Chris, the whole family knows you always protect and watch over us each day. Even though I never got to meet you on earth, I know I met you in heaven before I was born. I think often about how if you were still here, you would be one of my best friends. Looking at colleges with me, getting me out of trouble with mom and dad, hanging out at the Jersey Shore, and let's be real, losing to me on the links. I thank you for leading me to each person I meet and create a relationship with, giving me blessings each day, teaching me how to live my life to the fullest. We all miss you and love you so much.
And my aunt, Gabriella Silvina Weissman, who is lovingly remembered through me and my family. We miss you and love you, Auntie Gabby. We will never forget you. I'd also like to thank the first responders who sacrificed themselves in order to save their fellow Americans on that fateful day, as well as the thousands of service members who have given their lives in the name of freedom for the past 22 years.
Klaus Bota,
Carol Marie Bouchard,
J. Howard Bolton,
Francisco Eligio Mortier,
Thomas Harold Bowden Jr.,
Donna M. Bowen,
Kimberly S. Bowers,
Veronique Nicole Bowers,
Larry Bowman,
Sean Edward Bowman Jr.,
Kevin L. Bowser,
Gary R. Box,
Gennady Bayarsky,
Pamela Boyce,
Alan P. Boyle,
Michael Boyle,
Alfred J. Braca,
Sandra Canati Brace,
Kevin Hugh Bracken,
Sandy Wa Bradshaw,
David Brian Brady,
Alexander Brzezinski,
Nicholas W. Brenda Marty,
Daniel Raymond Brandhurst,
David Reed Gamboya Brandhurst,
Michelle Renee Bratton,
Patrice Brout,
Lydia Estelle Bravo,
Ronald Michael Breitweiser,
Edward A. Brennan III,
Frank H. Brennan,
Michael E. Brennan,
Peter Brennan,
Thomas Moore Brennan,
Daniel J. Brethel,
Gary Lee Bright,
Jonathan Eric Briley,
Mark A. Brisman,
Paul Gary Bristow,
Marion R. Britton,
and my uncle and godfather, Brian C. Hickey, Battalion Chief of Rescue 4. Uncle Brian, the unbelievable pain of losing you has forever left a hole in our hearts that can never be filled. But we are forever grateful for all the amazing memories we have. I feel incredibly honored to have such a selfless uncle who sacrifices his own life to save others and be able to tell my children that their Uncle Brian was a real life hero. I love you and miss you terribly.
and my brother, Simon Morosh Tevugai.
Mark Francis Broderick,
Herman Charles Brockhammer,
Keith A. Broomfield,
Bernard C. Brown II,
Janice J. Louise Brown,
Lloyd Stanford Brown,
Patrick John Brown,
Bettina B. Brown Radburn,
Mark Bruce,
Richard George Bruher,
Andrew Brunn,
FDNY Captain Vincent Edward Brunton,
Ronald Booka,
Brandon J. Buchanan,
Greg J. Buck,
Dennis Buckley,
Nancy Claire Boucher,
Patrick Joseph Booth,
John Edward Bulaga Jr.,
Stephen Bruce Bunin,
Christopher L. Burford,
Matthew J. Burke,
Thomas Daniel Burke,
FDNY Captain William Francis Burke Jr.,
Charles F. Burlingame III,
Thomas E. Burnett Jr.,
Donald J. Burns,
Kathleen Ann Burns,
Keith James Burns,
Firefighter John Patrick Burnside,
Irina Buslow,
Milton G. Bustillo,
Thomas M. Butler,
firefighter Patrick Dennis Byrne,
Timothy J. Byrne,
Daniel M. Caballero,
Jesus Naphtali Cabezas,
Lillian Caceres,
Brian Joseph Katia,
Stephen Dennis Cafiero Jr.,
and my brother Robert T. Bobby Hughes Jr. Your beautiful smile and presence is missed and loved so much. You are forever our hero and angel.
and my uncle, Battalion Chief Oreo Joseph Palmer. We love you, we miss you, and we'll never forget you.
Richard Michael Gagliano,
Cecile Maria Caditla,
John Brett Cahill,
Michael John Cahill,
Scott Walter Cahill,
Thomas Joseph Cahill,
George C. Kane,
Salvatore B. Calabro,
Joseph N. Calandrella,
Philip V. Calcagno,
Edward Calderon,
Jose O. Calderon Olmedo,
Kenneth Marcus Caldwell,
Dominic E. Calia,
Felix Bobby Calixte,
Francis Joseph Callahan,
Liam Callahan,
Suzanne M. Cali,
Gino Luigi Calvi,
Rocco Camash,
Michael F. Camarada,
David O.D. Campbell,
Jeffrey Thomas Campbell,
Robert Arthur Campbell,
Sandra Patricia Campbell,
Sean Thomas Canavan,
John A. Candela,
Vincent A. Cangelosi,
Stephen J. Cangelosi,
Lisa Bella Canava,
Brian Canizaro,
Michael R. Canty,
Louis Anthony Capricci,
Jonathan Neff Capello,
John Christopher Cappers,
Richard Michael Caproni,
Jose Manuel Cardona,
Dennis M. Carey Sr.,
Edward Carlino,
Michael Scott Carlo,
and Donna Angelini's, her family sends their love. Her husband was Joseph Angelini, firefighter, and sends some love. Children send their love to their father. And my brother, firefighter Michael Francis Lynch. Your boys are doing beautifully. One was 6 months old, one was 2 years old. They have the values that you instilled in our family. Respect life, honor, and trust.
and my wife, Deborah Kaplan. Debbie, we love you and miss you.
David G. Carlone,
Rosemary C. Carlson,
Mark Stephen Carney,
Joyce N. Carpinero,
Peter J. Carroll,
Michael T. Carroll,
James Joseph Carson,
that's me, sorry. Angeline C. Carter,
James Marcel Cartier,
Sharon N. Carver,
Vivian Kasalvik,
John Francis Casaza,
Paul Regan Cassio,
Neely N. Heffernan Casey,
William Joseph Cashman,
Thomas Anthony Casorio,
William Otto Casper,
Alejandro Castaño,
Arcilia Castillo,
Leonard M. Castriano,
Jose Ramon Castro,
William E. Caswell,
Robert John Carfield,
Christopher Sean Caton,
Judson Cavalier,
Mary Teresa Caulfield,
Jason David Kane,
Michael Joseph Cawley,
Marcia G. Cecil Carter,
Jason Michael Cefalu,
Thomas Joseph Seelick,
Ana Mercedes Centeno,
Joni Sesta,
John J. Chara,
Jeffrey Mark Chernoff,
Swarna Chalasani,
and my uncle Christopher X. Our time together was special. So are the memories we made. Although you live in heaven now, those memories will never fade. I bow my head in silence and remember my uncle with love. And I know that you are in heaven, watching from above. We miss you. Your family misses you very deeply. Rest in peace, Uncle, and God bless America.
and my uncle Jaime Concepcion. We love you. We miss you very much. You were the one person in the family who can't count on to help anybody. I hope you and Grandma are together in heaven. She didn't get to say goodbye to you, and you didn't say goodbye to her, but she followed you 4 days later to be with you. I hope you both are together watching over us. Amen.
William A. Chalkoff,
Eli Chalu,
Charles Lawrence Chan,
Mandy Chang,
Rosa Maria Chapa,
Mark Lawrence Charette,
David N. Chalagua,
Gregorio Manuel Chavez,
Pedro Francesco Checo,
Douglas McMillan Cherry,
Stephen Patrick Cherry,
Vernon Paul Cherry,
Nestor Julio Chevalier Jr.,
Swede Joseph Chevalier,
Alexander H. Chiang,
Dorothy J. Chicharo,
Luis Alfonso Chimbo,
Robert Chin,
Eddie Wing Wei Ching,
Nicholas Paul Chafalo,
John G. Chipura,
Peter A. Chicharillo,
Catherine Ellen Charles,
Huang He Casey Cho,
Abdul K. Chowdhury,
Mohammed Salahuddin Chowdhury,
Kristen Lael Christoph,
Pamela Chu,
Stephen Paul Chucknick,
Wei Ching Chong,
Christopher Chiafardini,
Alex F. Sacone,
Francis Ann Salente,
Elaine Silo,
Edna Cintron,
Nestor Andre Cinchon III,
Robert D. Searing Sr.,
Juan Pablo Cisneros,
Benjamin Keith Clark,
Eugene Clark,
and my brother Joseph Michael Giacconi. 22 years are like 22 seconds. I forced myself to remember that it wasn't yesterday or a month or a year. It was 22 years ago. My brother was murdered here. And this ceremony is essential. Me and other family members come here to listen to our loved ones' names be spoken out loud. Because if we hear their names, they are never forgotten and they never disappear. Joe, we love you and miss you every day.
and my coffee, Gerard Patrick Frank, firefighter from Rescue Company 3. I miss you and love you. I wish you guys would take me fishing. We love you, Poppy.
Gregory Allen Clark,
Manny Leroy Clark,
Sarah M. Clark,
Thomas R. Clark,
Christopher Robert Clark,
Donna Marie Clark,
Michael J. Clark,
Saria Rachel Emma Clark,
Kevin Francis Cleary,
James D. Clear,
Jeffrey W. Cloud,
Susan Marie Klein,
Stephen Coakley,
Jeffrey Allen Cole,
Patricia A. Cody,
Daniel Michael Coffey,
Jason Matthew Coffey,
Florence G. Cohen,
Kevin S. Cohen,
Anthony Joseph Caladonato,
Mark Joseph Caleo,
Stephen J. Caleo,
Christopher Michael Colasanti,
Kevin Nathaniel Colbert,
Michelle P. Colbert,
Keith E. Coleman,
Scott Thomas Coleman,
Terrell Coleman,
Liam Joseph Calhoun,
Robert D. Cullen,
Robert J. Paul,
Jean Marie Collin,
John Michael Collins,
Michael L. Collins,
Thomas Joseph Collins,
Joseph Kent Collison,
Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman,
Patricia Malia Colander,
Linda M. Colon,
Sal E. Cologne,
and my cousin, who lit up a room, the eternal prankster, who will eternally be missed, John Michael Scarborough. We love you, Johnny. We miss you. Rest in peace.
and my grandfather, FDNY Captain James J. Corrigan. We love you and we miss you.
Ronald Edward Comer,
Jaime Concepcion,
Albert Conde,
Denise Conley,
Susan P. Conlon,
Margaret Mary Connor,
Cynthia Marie Lease Connolly,
John E. Connolly Jr.,
James Lee Connor,
Jonathan M. Connors,
Kevin Patrick Connors,
Kevin F. Conroy,
Brenda E. Conway,
Dennis Michael Cook,
Helen D. Cook,
Jeffrey W. Coombs,
John A. Cooper,
Julian T. Cooper,
Joseph John Copel Jr.,
Gerard J. Coppola,
Joseph Albert Corbett,
John J. Corcoran III,
Alejandro Cordero,
Robert Joseph Cordes,
Ruben D. Correa,
Danny A. Correa Gutierrez,
Georgine Rose Corrigan,
James J. Corrigan,
Carlos Cortez Rodriguez,
Kevin Michael Cosgrove,
Dolores Marie Costa,
Digna Alexandra Costanza,
Charles Gregory Costello Jr.,
Michael S. Costello,
Asia S. Cottom,
Conrad Kofi Cotty Sr.,
Martin John Coughlin,
John G. Coughlin,
Timothy J. Coughlin,
James E. Cove,
and my brother William Thomas Dean, to all the first responders, military, and workers that were lost that day and in the subsequent days from their response. Please remember them, and to all of you for being here and keeping the memory alive. Thank you.
and my uncle Andrew LaCourt. Though I've only met him through stories from loved ones, he will always be in my heart.
Andre Colin Cox,
Frederick John Cox,
James Raymond Coyle,
Michelle Coyle Eula,
Christopher Seaton Kramer,
Eric A. Cranford,
Denise Elizabeth Krant,
James Leslie Crawford Jr.,
Robert James Crawford,
Tara Kathleen Kramer,
Joanne Mary Cregan,
Lucia Kerfasi,
John A. Creasy,
Daniel Hal Crispin,
Dennis A. Cross,
Kevin R. Crotty,
Thomas G. Crotty,
John R. Crow,
Wills Remy Crowther,
Robert L. Cruikshank,
John Robert Cruz,
Grace Allegre Kua,
Kenneth John Cubas,
Francisco Cruz Cubero,
Thelma Cuccinello,
Richard Joseph Cudina,
Neil James Cudmore,
Thomas Patrick Cullen III,
Joan Cullinan,
Joyce Rose Cummings,
Brian Thomas Cummins,
Michael Joseph Cunningham,
Robert Curatolo,
Lawrence Damian Curia,
Paul Dario Curioli,
Patrick Joseph Caravan,
Beverly L. Curry,
Andrew Peter Charles Curry Green,
Michael Sean Curtin,
Patricia Cushing.
and my godfather and uncle Richard Samuel Gabriel. We love you. We miss you. Every day we live our lives to honor you. Thank you to all the first responders who died trying to save our family members' lives, especially Battalion Chief Oreo Palmer, Fire Marshal Ronald Baca, and thank you also. I want to acknowledge so many people are fighting 9/11 related illnesses. Many are not with us anymore. Thank you to those advocates out there, including John Field and John Stewart. And this museum and memorial is so important. We need it. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to honor our loved ones.
And my uncle, Matthew J. Burke. The life you lived and the memories you left behind will be forever cherished. Family members are like stars. You don't always see them, but you always know they're there. God bless you, Uncle Matt, and God bless America.
Gavin Cushnie,
Caleb Aaron Dack,
Carlos S. DaCosta,
Jason M. Gall,
Brian Paul Dale,
John Delara,
Vincent Gerard Damadeo,
Thomas A. Damaskinos,
Jack L. D'Ambrosi Jr.,
Janine Damiani Jones,
Manuel Joao Damota,
Patrick W. Donaghy,
Mary D'Antonio,
Vincent G. Dance,
Dwight Donald Darcy,
Elizabeth Ann Darling,
Annette Andrea Dodoran,
Edward A. Diatri,
Michael D. Dioria,
Lawrence Davidson,
Michael Allen Davidson,
Scott Matthew Davidson,
Titus Davidson,
New-Yorka Davila,
Ada M. Davis,
Clinton Davis Sr.,
Wayne Terrell Davis,
Anthony Richard Dawson,
Calvin Dawson,
Edward James Day,
William Thomas Dean,
Robert J. DeAngelis Jr.,
Thomas Patrick DeAngelis,
Dorothy Alma de Araujo,
Ana Gloria Pocasangre de Barrera,
Tara E. DeBeck,
James E. Debonair,
Anna M. Devine,
James V. de Blasi Jr.,
J. Cyril Malabuyok de Chavez,
and my cousin Craig Damian Lalore. Thinking about him in that day, I'm reminded of Romans 12:21. Do not be conquered by evil, but conquer evil with good. The good we do in honoring and remembering our loved ones today and every day is how we conquer the evil. Ceremonies such as this must be a mainstay to ensure their names live on for generations to come. This country and future Americans must never forget what happened here and every innocent soul that was taken from us. May God bless my cousin. May God bless you and your loved ones. And may God bless the greatest country, the United States of America.
and my cousins Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan and Judy Hazel Santillan Fernandez, forever in our hearts and in our prayers. We love you dearly. We miss you so much. Continue to rest in peace. Continue to watch over us until we meet again.
Paul DeCola,
Gerald F. DeConto,
Simon Marash Dedvukaj,
Jason Christopher DeFazia,
David A. DeFeo,
Jennifer De Jesus,
Monique Effie De Jesus,
Noreta De Jesus,
Emmy De La Pena,
Donald Arthur De La Pena,
Azucena Maria De La Torre,
Vito Joseph De Leo,
Danielle Ann Deli,
Andrea Della Bella,
Joseph A. Della Pietra,
Palminia Delegati,
Colleen Ann DeLowry,
Joseph De Luca,
Manuel Devolay Jr.,
Francis Albert Di Martini,
Anthony Demas,
Firefighter Martin N. DeMayo,
Francis Deming,
Carol Keys Demitz,
Kevin Dennis,
Thomas Francis Dennis Sr.,
Jean C. De Palma,
Jose Nicholas De Pena,
Robert John Durrani,
Michael DiRienzo,
David Paul DeRubio,
Jamal Leguest DeSantis,
Christian Luis DeSimone,
Edward DeSimone III,
Andrew J. Desperito,
Michael Jude Esposito,
Cindy Ann Duell,
Melanie Luis DeVere,
Cherry DeVito,
Robert P. Devitt Jr.,
and my father, Damian Meehan. Dad, I love you, and we all miss you very much.
and my uncle, Firefighter Joseph Patrick Henry. Uncle Joey, my siblings, cousins, and I feel like we know you from all the stories our family has told us. We are proud to have a hero like you in our family. We know you are watching over us with Papa.
Dennis Lawrence Devlin,
Gerard P. Dewan,
Suleiman Ali Kasamali Danani,
Michael Luis D'Agostino,
Matthew Diaz,
Nancy Diaz,
Abdulio Ruiz Diaz,
Michael A. Diaz Piedra III,
Judith Burkis Diaz Sierra,
Patricia Florence DiCharo,
Rodney Dickens,
Jerry D. Dickerson,
Joseph Dermot Dickey Jr.,
Lawrence Patrick Dickinson,
Michael D. Deal,
John DeFato,
Vincent Francis DeFazio,
Carl Anthony DeFranco,
Donald Joseph DeFranco,
John DiGiovanni,
Eddie A. Dillard,
Deborah Ann DiMartino,
David DeMeglio,
Stephen Patrick Dimino,
William John Dimling,
Marissa DiNardo Short,
Christopher Moore Dencuff,
Jeffrey Mark Dingle,
Brenna San Deneau,
Anthony Dionisio,
George DiPasquale,
Joseph Di Pilato,
Douglas Frank DiStefano,
Donald Americo Di Tullio,
Ramsey A. Doani,
Johnny Doctor Jr.,
John Joseph Doherty,
Melissa Candida Doy,
Brendan Dolan,
Robert E. Dolan Jr.,
and my uncle, Robert George McElvain. Uncle Bobby, my whole life my dad has said I reminded him of you. From the stories that I've come to know over the years, I can think of no greater compliment. We all miss you very much and want you to know that we are doing great. Life loves on.
and to my beautiful prima, Janine Nicole Gonzalez. On September 16, 2001, you would have been 26, and on Friday, you would have been 50. We love and we miss you dearly, and we know that we have a guardian angel looking down on all of us.
Neil Matthew Dollard,
James Delmonico,
Benilda Pasqua Domingo,
Alberto Dominguez,
Carlos Dominguez,
Jeremy Mark Patrick Dominguez,
Kevin W. Donnelly,
Jacqueline Donovan,
William H. Donovan,
Stephen Scott Duffy,
Thomas Dowd,
Kevin Christopher Dowling,
Mary Yolanda Dowling,
Raymond Matthew Dowling Sr.,
Frank Joseph Doyle,
Joseph Michael Doyle,
Randall L. Drake,
Patrick Joseph Dominguez,
Stephen Patrick Driscoll,
just one. Chris A. Dominguez III,
Mirna A. Duarte,
Luke A. Dominguez, Dweck,
Christopher Michael Duffy,
Gerard J. Duffy,
Michael Joseph Duffy,
Thomas W. Duffy,
Antoinette Duger,
Jacqueline Zayek Dewitt,
Sariv Ducat,
Patrick Dunn,
Felicia Gale Dunn Jones,
Christopher Joseph Dunn,
Richard Anthony Dunstan,
Thomas John Patrick Thomas Dowie,
Joseph Anthony Ecobachi,
John Bruce Anderson,
Edward T. Earhart,
Robert Douglas Edison,
Dean Philip Eberling,
Margaret Reed Eckerman,
and my uncle, Brian Christopher Novotny. We have not forgotten, we will never forget.
and my cousin John Patrick Burnside, and I will never forget him.
Felix Boy. Young man has Down syndrome.
Paul Robert Eckner,
Constantine Economos,
Barbara G. Edwards,
Dennis Michael Edwards,
Michael Hardy Edwards,
Christine Egan,
Lisa Erin Egan,
Martin J. Egan Jr.,
Michael Egan,
Samantha Martin Egan,
Carol Eckert,
Lisa Karen Ehrlich,
John Ernest Eckler,
Eric Adam Eisenberg,
Daphne Ferlinda Elder,
Michael J. Alvarez,
Mark Joseph Ellis,
Valerie Silver Ellis,
Albert Alfie William Almary,
Robert R. Elseth,
Edgar Hendricks Emery Jr.,
Dork Sukian Eng,
Christopher Epps,
Ulf Ram Erickson,
Erin L. Eckler,
William John Irwin,
Sarah Ali Esparciga,
Jose Espinal,
Vanny Espinosa,
Billy Scoop Esposito,
Bridget Ann Esposito,
Francis Esposito,
Zadie Ete,
Ruben Escalin Jr.,
Eric Brian Evans,
Barbara G. Etzel,
Meredith Emily June Ewert,
Robert Edward Evans,
and my cousin, police officer Mark Joseph Ellis. You gave your life to save others. You are the true meaning of a hero. You will never be forgotten. God bless everyone in uniform. God bless America.
and my uncle, Cecile Solanke. We carry you with us every day in the memories we have of you and the love you showed us. We miss you and we love you.
Patricia Mary Fagan,
Ivan Kirillos Fairbanks Barbosa,
Keith George Fairbairn,
Sandra Fajardo Smith,
Charles S. Falkenberg,
Dana Falkenberg,
Zoe Falkenberg,
Jamie L. Fallon,
William F. Fallon,
William Lawrence Fallon Jr.,
Anthony J. Filoni Jr.,
Dolores Bridget Finelli,
Robert John Fangman,
John Joseph Fanning,
Kathleen Ann Farringer,
Thomas James Farino,
Nancy C. Doloniski Farley,
Paige Marie Farley Hackle,
Elizabeth Ann Farmer,
Douglas John Farnham,
John Gerard Farrell,
John W. Farrell,
Terrace Patrick Farrell,
Joseph D. Farrelly,
Thomas Patrick Farrelly,
Syed Abdul Fattah,
Christopher Edward Fognan,
Wendy R. Faulkner,
Shannon Marie Fava,
Bernard D. Favuza,
Robert Fazio Jr.,
Ronald Call Fazio Sr.,
William F. Feehan,
Francis Jude Feely,
Garth Erin Feeney,
Sean Bernard Fagan,
Lee S. Feeling,
Peter Adam Fiedelberg,
Alan G. Feinberg,
Rosa Marie Feliciano,
and my beautiful mother, Barbara P. Walsh. Today, Mr. Bloomberg told the families in the room that half of the world's population was born after 9/11. It's so important to keep their memory alive. Mom, you miss so much. We're always keeping your memory alive. We love you so much, and please continue to send us your signs.
and my sister Patricia A. Cody. I'd also like to mention FDNY Lieutenant Philip Petty and my friend Wayne Russo. May they all rest in peace.
Edward P. Felt,
Edward Thomas Fergus Jr.,
George J. Ferguson III,
J. Joseph Ferguson,
Henry Fernandez,
Judy Hazel Santillan Fernandez,
Julio Fernandez,
Elisa Giselle Farina,
Anne Marie Solarin Ferreira,
Robert John Ferris,
David Francis Ferrugio,
Louis V. Forsini Jr.,
Michael David Ferrugio,
Bradley James Fetchett,
Jennifer Louise Fialco,
Kristen Nicole Fidel,
Amelia V. Fields,
Samuel Fields,
Alexander Milan Filippov,
Michael Bradley Finnegan,
Timothy J. Finity,
Michael C. Fiore,
Stephen J. Fiorelli,
Paul M. Fiore,
John B. Fiorito,
John R. Fisher,
Andrew Fisher,
Bennett Lawson Fisher,
Gerald P. Fisher,
John Roger Fisher,
Thomas J. Fisher,
Lucy A. Fishman,
Ryan D. Fitzgerald,
Thomas James Fitzpatrick,
Richard P. Fitzsimmons,
Salvatore Flume Fredo,
Darlene E. Flagg,
Wilson F. Flagg,
Christina Donovan Flannery,
Eileen Fletcher,
and my cousin Stephen J. Fiorelli. You are in our hearts forever, Steve. We love and miss you.
and my grandmother Louise A. Lynch, which I wish was here, but she may rest in our hearts.
David G. Fletcher,
Carl M. Flickinger,
Matthew M. Floco,
John Joseph Florio,
Joseph Walken Flounders,
Carol Ann Flyzik,
David Fodo,
Michael N. Fodor,
Stephen Mark Fogel,
Thomas J. Foley,
Jane C. Folger,
David J. Fontana,
Chi Min Fu,
Delrose E. Forbes Cheatham,
Godwin Ford,
Donald A. Foreman,
Christopher Q. Forsyth,
Claudia Alicia Foster,
Noel John Foster,
Sandra N. Foster,
Anna Fosters,
Robert Joseph Folty,
Jeffrey Fox,
Virginia Elizabeth Fox,
Pauline Francis,
Virgin Lucy Francis,
Gary J. Frank,
Morton H. Frank,
Peter Christopher Frank,
Colleen L. Frazier,
Richard K. Frazier,
Kevin J. Frawley,
Clyde Frazier Jr.,
Lillian Inez Frederick,
Andrew Fredericks,
Tamita Freeman,
Brett Owen Freeman,
Peter L. Freund,
Arlene Ava Fried,
Alan W. Friedlander,
and my cousin Richie Frazier. Your legacy lives on in Aden. I pray that where you are, the beach in Nassau Point is perfect, the volleyball court is ready for a game, the bonfire is lit for everyone to sit around and hear one of your short stories. The Budweiser is always cold, and the Giants win maybe a few more Super Bowls. We love you and miss you terribly.
and to my sister, Corrine Gordon. On behalf of your sons, David and Tony, and the rest of the family, thank you for being our guardian angel. You live on in our hearts forever.
Andrew Keith Freeman,
Paul J. Friedman,
Craig J. Froner,
Lisa Ann Frost,
Peter Christian Fry,
Clement A. Formondo,
Stephen Elliott Furman,
Paul James Formato,
Carlton Douglas B. Fife,
Frederick Neil Gabler,
James Andrew Gadio,
Richard A. Gabrielle,
Irvin Vincent Galliard,
Pamela Lee Gaff,
Grace Catherine Galante,
Deanna Lynn Galante,
Daniel James Gallagher,
Anthony Edward Gallagher,
Lourdes J. Galletti,
John Patrick Gallagher,
Vincent Gallucci,
Kono E. Gallo,
Johanna Galetta Gambale,
Thomas E. Galvin,
Gian F. Gamboa,
Thomas Gambino Jr.,
Peter James Gansey Jr.,
Ronald L. Gamboa,
Charles William Barberini,
Michael Gam,
Cesar R. Garcia,
Andrew Sonny Garcia,
Jorge Luis Morron Garcia,
David Garcia,
Marlon del Carmen Garcia,
Juan Garcia,
Douglas Benjamin Gardner,
Christopher Samuel Gardner,
and my father, Manuel Joao de Moda. Though we may have never met, I'm honored to carry your name and legacy with me. I thank you for giving me this life and family, your wife Barbara, your sons, your brothers, and the rest of your family, from Portugal to Angola to Paraguay, all the way back to the United States. We love you and miss you every day. Love you, Dad.
Harvey Joseph Gardner III, and my son Paul. 22 years ago seems like yesterday. There are no words. You are and always will be our tower of strength. We love you, Mom and Dad.
Jeffrey Brian Gardner,
Thomas A. Gardner,
William Arthur Gardner,
Frank Garfey,
Rocco Nino Gargano,
James M. Gartenberg,
Matthew David Garvey,
Bruce Gary,
Boyd Allen Gatton,
Donald Richard Gavigan Jr.,
Peter Allen Gay,
Terrence D. Gazzani,
Gary Paul Geidel,
Paul Hamilton Geyer,
Julie M. Geis,
Peter Gerard Galinas,
Stephen Paul Geller,
Howard G. Gelling Jr.,
Peter Victor Janko Jr.,
Stephen Gregory Genovese,
Elaine Gentle,
Linda M. George,
Edward F. Carity,
Susan Garrity,
Ralph Gerhard,
Robert Gerlich,
Dennis P. Germain,
Marina Romanovna Gertzberg,
Susan M. Getzendonner,
Lawrence D. Getzfred,
James G. Geyer,
Cortez Gee,
Joseph M. Giacone,
Vincent Francis Giamona,
Deborah Lynn Gibbon,
James Andrew Giberson,
Brenda C. Kitson,
Craig Neil Gibson,
Ronnie E. Case,
Andrew Clive Gilbert,
and my brother T.J. Hargrave, who I really, really miss. And to this day, there are times when I'll be at a new restaurant or I'll hear a new band or I'll see something in the news. And it brings me back to that day, this day 22 years ago. And I can't help but wonder what he went through. And we'll never know what he went through. They say that time heals all wounds. Well, I beg to differ.
and my brother, firefighter and paramedic, James Nicholas Papageorge from Engine Company 23. Firefighters pull them out, paramedics pull them through. My brother did both. Losing my brother is like losing a constant companion in this journey of life. The pain truly never goes away. The memories of you and the love I have for you will always be in my heart. I love you.
Timothy Paul Gilbert, Paul Stewart Gilby, Paul John Gill, Mark Y. Giles, Evan Hunter Gillette, Ronald Lawrence Gilligan, Rodney C. Gillis, Laura Gilly, Jeffrey John Giordano, Donna Marie Giordano, John F. Ginley, John Giordano, Stephen A. Giorgetti, Martin Giovanasso, Kun Girolamo, Salvatore Gito, Cynthia Giuliano, Mon Jean Balage, Diane Gladstone, Keith Alexander Glasgow, Thomas Irwin Glasser, Edmund Glazer, Harry Glenn, Barry H. Glick, Jeremy Logan Glick, Stephen Glick, John T. Nazzo, William Robert Gottschalk, Michael Galliarmella, Brian F. Goldberg, Jeffrey G. Goldflam, Michelle Goldstein, Monica Goldstein, Stephen Ian Goldstein, Ronald F. Galinsky, Andrew H. Golkin, Dennis James Gomes, Enrique Antonio Gomez,
Jose Bienvenido Gomez,
Manuel Gomez Jr.,
and our Aunt Lucy Ann Fishman, who worked on the 105th floor of the South Tower, second building hit, first to go down. Aunt Lucy, today is the 22nd anniversary of your son's first day of preschool, and Anthony and I just had our first full day of high school. For young people like us who have only learned about this day in books as Patriot Day, a day of remembrance, it is my hope that this will change and that all people will soon be able to celebrate the lives of those who perished on September 11, 2001, as a triumph over evil, and that your life and the lives of thousands of other people lost on that day was not in vain. The terrorists did not get what they were seeking, and they did not take down America the Beautiful. What they did do was take mothers and fathers and grandparents and aunts and uncles and beautiful souls away from their families and change generations forever. Living a comfortable life, my Aunt Lucy was many things: a softball coach, a church choir member, a volunteer, a wife, a homeowner, an American dreamer. She was living the American dream, but in the end, she would simply want to be remembered as Mom, her greatest success. For my family, she is the person that lost the most on that day. She did not get to finish her life, a life that she worked so hard for. She did not get to watch her son become a college graduate, her daughter get married, or enjoy the beautiful baby boy who is now her grandchild. She would have loved to raise her own children into adulthood and definitely enjoyed the short time she had with them to the fullest. Thankfully, she lived her life out loud. And our family will forever cherish her life and all the lives that shaped what this country has become over the last 22 years. On September 11, 2001, while the terrorists aimed to cripple the American economy, show power, and rain terror on a free nation, a nation that has opened its doors and hearts to all hardworking people who seek freedom and the pursuit of a better life, including those of all races, colors, creeds, and ethnicities, America offers the freedom to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. And America has never wavered from that declaration under any circumstance, as we continue to stand one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those 2,996 souls and the more than 3,000 souls who died since then as a result of that day, those who proudly serve our country, especially in Afghanistan, may your families have peace and someday justice, for it is those people who lost the most on that day, the very most. God bless them and their families, and God bless America.
Walter Alfredo Gomez, Janine Nicole Gonzalez, Mauricio Gonzalez, Rosa J. Gonzalez, Lynn Catherine Goodchild, Calvin Joseph Gooding, Peter Morgan Goodrich, Harry Goody, Kiran Kumar Reddy Gopu, Catherine C. Gurayev, Lisa Fenn Gordenstein, Corrine Gordon, Sebastian Gorky, Kieran Joseph Gorman, Thomas Edward Gorman, Michael Edward Gould, O. Kristen Osterholm White Gould, Douglas Allen Gowell, Eugene Goya, John Richard Grabowski, Christopher Michael Grady, Edwin J. Graff III, David Martin Graveman, Osborne. Gilbert Franco Granados. Lauren Catuzzi Grancolas and her unborn child. Elvira Granito. Winston Arthur Grant. Christopher S. Gray. Ian J. Gray. James Michael Gray. Tara McLeod Gray. John M. Grazioso. Timothy George Grazioso. Derek Arthur Green. Wade B. Green. Wanda Anita Green. Elaine Myra Greenberg. Donald Freeman Green. Gail R. Green. James Arthur Greenleaf Jr. And my brother, Kevin James Murphy. Kevin, we love and miss you. Beth, Connor, and Caitlin know that you are with them every day. We have all had the privilege of seeing Beth's strength and the incredible job she has done, and we know how proud you are of your family. We're lucky to cherish the time we have together, and we are grateful to be part of their lives. They are close and loving as a family can be, and your spirit lives on with them. And I would also like to thank everyone who has been part of this memorial service for the past 22 years. You've been here with us to pay tribute to our loved ones and to make sure they are remembered and honored. Over the years, you have treated us with respect and with compassion. Your actions allow us to keep our focus on our family members who are no longer with us. Thank you all for being here with us. May God bless you, and may God bless America. And my grandfather, firefighter Robert James Crawford. Being your granddaughter is something I will always be so grateful for, and a title I am blessed to have. I'm so proud to be part of you and to be able to carry you with me wherever I go. Our hero, we love you to the moon and back. Keep watching over us. We know you're always close.
Eileen Marsha Greenstein.
Elizabeth Martin Gregg.
Denise Marie Gregory.
Donald H. Gregory.
Florence Moran Gregory.
Pedro Graham.
John Michael Griffin.
Tawana Sherry Griffin.
Joan Donna Griffith.
Warren Grifka.
Ramon B. Grajavo.
Joseph F. Grillo.
David Joseph Grimner.
Francis Edward Groban.
Linda Gronland.
Kenneth George Gruzales.
Joseph Grizelak.
Matthew James Resmaski.
Robert Joseph Shar.
Lei Ming Gu.
Richard J. Wadagno.
Joseph A. Guadalupe,
Cindy Yan Zhu Guan,
Jeffrey E. Guja,
Joseph P. Gullickson,
Babita Greshmati Guman,
Douglas Brian Gurian,
Janet Ruth Gustafson,
Philip T. Guza,
Barbara Guzardo,
Peter Mark Gulavari,
Gary Robert Haig,
Andrea Lynn Haberman,
Barbara Mary Habib,
Philip Hensler,
Nizam A. Hafiz,
Karen Elizabeth Haggerty,
Stephen Michael Haggis,
Mary Lou Haig,
David Halderman,
and my father, firefighter Michael Lyons, FDNY. On the birthday that we share, you would have been 55 this year. Your family, friends, and everyone you loved will cherish the memories. We hold you in our hearts every day. We love and we miss you.
and my loving sister, my other half, Chevon Licia Mentis, WTC 1, 93rd floor, Marsh and McLennan. You're sadly missed by your family, friends, colleagues, especially our beloved mom, Bishop Myrtle Bazil. You're forever in our hearts. Continue to be our guardian angel.
Miley Rachel Hale,
Diane Hale McKenzie,
Richard B. Hall,
Stanley R. Hall,
Fastwell George Hall,
Robert J. Halligan,
Vincent Gerard Halloran,
Carolyn B. Halligan,
James Douglas Halvorson,
Mohammed Salman Hamdani,
Felicia Hamilton,
Robert W. Hamilton,
Carl Max Hammond Jr.,
Frederick K. Hahn,
Christopher James Hanley,
Sean S. Hanley,
Valerie Joan Hanna,
Thomas Paul Hannafin,
Kevin James Hannaford Sr.,
Michael Lawrence Hannon,
Dana Ray Hannon,
Christine Lee Hansen,
Peter Burton Hansen,
Sue Kim Hansen,
Vasilos G. Paramus,
James A. Harron,
Gerald Francis Hardacre,
Jeffrey Pike Hardy,
T.J. Hargrave,
Daniel Edward Harlan,
Francis Harris,
Harvey L. Harrell,
Stephen G. Harrell,
Melissa Harrington Hughes,
Aisha Ann Harris,
Stuart D. Harris,
John Patrick Hart,
Eric Hartono,
John Clinton Hartz,
Emmerich Harvey,
and my brother, Dennis Michael Edwards. A quick song from Marcel Michel. I will remember come September, I will remember the happy days I spent with you. And as the years go by, I think of you and sigh, it's not goodbye, it's so long.
and my brother-in-law, Daniel Francis McGinley. Danny was a wonderful son to his mom, Connie, and dad, Daniel, a great brother and brother-in-law to Marty and Jen, Tom and Michelle, Mike and Wendy, and Dennis and Lara, and uncle to all of their children. A terrific husband to Peggy, and a wonderful dad to Terrence, Maddie, Peter, Ann, and Pat. And by his example, he showed me how to be a good brother-in-law.
Is there any more you can receive from a man?
Peter Paul Hashem,
Thomas Theodore Haskell Jr.,
Timothy Sean Haskell,
Joseph John Hassan III,
Leonard W. Hatton Jr.,
Terrence S. Hatton,
Michael Hamlet Howe,
Timothy Aaron Haviland,
Donald G. Haviland Jr.,
Anthony Maurice Hawkins,
Nobuhiro Hayamatsu,
James Edward Hayden,
Robert J. Hayes,
Philip T. Hayes,
W. Ward Hines,
Scott Jordan Hazelcorn,
Michael K. Healy,
Roberta B. Heber,
Charles Francis Xavier Huron,
John F. Heffernan,
Michelle M. Heidenberger,
Sheila M. S. Hine,
H. Joseph Keller Jr.,
Joanne L. Heltebrittle,
Ronald John Hemingway,
Mark F. Hemscott,
Ronnie Lee Henderson,
Brian Hennessy,
Edward R. Hennessy Jr.,
Michelle Marie Henrique,
Joseph Patrick Henry,
William L. Henry Jr.,
Katarina Henry Robinson,
John Christopher Henwood,
Robert Allen Hepburn,
Mary Adencia,
Lindsay C. Harkness III,
Harvey Robert Hermer,
Norberto Hernandez,
Raul Hernandez,
and my cousin Portadari police officer, Christopher Amoroso. Is there a day that goes by that we don't think about you? You're our hero. That day you showed the whole world what the true hero is, and you're now forever our guardian angel.
and my uncle, Colonel Charles Edward Jones, who loved and served this country proudly with the United States Air Force. We miss you, Chuck. Your legacy will always live on. Gary Harold, Jeffrey Allen Hirsch, Thomas J. Hetzel, Leon Bernard Hayward, MC Sundance, Brian Christopher Hickey, Enemencio Dario Hidalgo Cedeno, Timothy Brian Higgins, Robert D. W. Higley II, Todd Russell Hill, Clara Victorine Hines, Neil O. Hines, Mark Hindi, Katsuyuki Hirai, Heather Malia Ho, Tara Yvette Hobbs, Thomas Anderson Hobbs, James J. Hoven, Robert Wayne Hobson III, Dewan Hodges, Ronald G. Horner, Patrick A. Hoey, John A. Hofer, Marcia Hoffman, Stephen Gerard Hoffman, Frederick Joseph Hoffman, Michelle L. Hoffman, Judith Florence Hoffmiller, Wallace Cole Hogan Jr., Thomas Warren Holweck Jr., Jonathan R. Hawman, Cora Hidalgo Holland, John Holland, Elizabeth Holmes, Jimmy I. Holland, Herbert Wilson Homer, Thomas P. Hollohan, Bradley V. Horn, First Officer Leroy W. Homer Jr., United Airlines Flight 93, James P. Hopper, and my father, Mike Asher. In some ways, it still feels like 22 years ago. My
second week of college, standing in my dorm room and knowing you were gone. But I know it's been 22 years because I'm able to stand here today. Dad, I miss you. I think of you all the time. I wish you were here to meet my wife and your beautiful granddaughter who's named after you. I know you'd be making her laugh. We love you and we remember you always.
And my aunt, Kathleen Moran. The aftershocks of your death affected all facets of my life, even though I was not yet born when you died. I never met you, but you live on in my name, my soul, and my body and my blood. Now, to quote Martin Luther King Jr., true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but the presence of justice, which is why I will now acknowledge the 4.5 million dead and disappeared as a result of the war on terror waged after 9/11.
Montgomery McCullough Hord.
Michael Joseph Horn.
Matthew Douglas Horning.
Robert L. Horaho Jr.
Michael Robert Horrocks.
Aaron Horwitz.
Charles J. Houston.
Uhuru G. Houston.
Angela M. Houts.
George Gerard Howard.
Brady K. Howell.
Michael C. Howell.
Stephen Leon Howell.
Jennifer L. Howley.
Milagros Ramada.
Marion R. Recheck.
Stephen Hutchko Jr.
Chris Robert Hughes.
Paul Rexford Hughes.
Robert T. Hughes Jr.
Thomas F. Hughes Jr.
Timothy Robert Hughes.
Susan Huey.
Lamar Demetrius Hulse.
John Nicholas Humper Jr.
William Christopher Hunt.
Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey.
Joseph Gerard Hunter.
Peggy M. Hurt.
Robert R. Husa.
Stephen N. Highland Jr.
Robert J. Himmel.
Thomas Edward Hines.
Walter G. Hines.
Joseph Anthony Iannelli.
Zutu Ibis.
Jonathan Lee Ayalepe.
Michael Patrick Eichen.
Daniel Ekanayev.
Frederick J. Ill Jr.
And my husband, Thomas J. Fisher, we will never forget.
And my sister, Maureen Lyons Olson. Death leaves a heartache no one can heal. Love leaves a memory no one can steal. Until we meet again, Rainey, may God hold you in the palm of his hand.
Abraham Nathaniel Ilowitz.
Anthony P. Infante Jr.
Louis S. Inglaterra.
Christopher Noble and Grazia.
Paul Inella.
Stephanie Veronica Irby.
Douglas Jason Ergang.
Kristen Irvine Ryan.
Todd Antione Isaac.
Eric Hans and his grandson.
Taizo Ishikawa.
Walid Joseph Iskandar.
Adam Iskandarian Jr.
John F. Iskian.
Kazushiki Ito.
Alexander Valerievich Ivansov.
Lacey Bernard Ivory.
Virginia May Yablonsky.
Brian C. Jack.
Brooke Alexandra Jackman.
Aaron Jeremy Jacobs.
Ariel Lewis Jacobs.
Jason Kyle Jacobs,
Michael G. Jacobs,
Stephen A. Jacobson,
Stephen D. Jacoby,
Ricknoth Jagernoth,
Jake Dennis Yagoda,
Yudvir S. Jane,
Maria Jacobiak,
Robert Adrian Jalbert,
Ernest James,
Griselda E. James,
Mark Stephen Jardine,
Francois John Pierre,
Mohamedou Jawara,
Amy Nicole Jarrett,
Maxima Jean Pierre,
Paul Edward Jeffers,
John Charles Jenkins,
and my father, Titus Davidson, my hero, my cheerleader. Your memory lives on in your grandson, Pedro, that you never got to meet. We love you always. You're missed in Jamaica, Canada, and the United States. You'll never be forgotten.
and my aunt Joanne Smith Tabik. Anybody that knew us know that she was more like my second mom, as well as my sister. We're always brother and sister. We tried that day. All the first responders, we tried. Just want to let you know that I love you. Thank you for bringing me to the towers since I was 5 years old. And I want to say a special thank you to our military, as well as SEAL Team 6, who on May 5th, 2011, completed a successful operation that helps ease some of our pain. Geronimo.
Joseph Jenkins Jr.,
Alan Keith Jensen,
Prem Nath Giraffe,
Farah Judy,
Wadir Gian,
Eliza Jimenez Jr.,
Luis Jimenez Jr.,
Charles Gregory John,
Nicholas John,
Dennis M. Johnson,
LaShawnwa Johnson,
Scott Michael Johnson,
William R. Johnston,
Ellison Hortzman Jones,
Arthur Joseph Jones III,
Brian Leander Jones,
Charles Edward Jones,
Christopher D. Jones,
Donald T. Jones II,
Donald W. Jones,
Judith Walter Jones,
Linda Jones,
Mary S. Jones,
Andrew Brian Jordan Sr.,
Robert Thomas Jordan,
Albert Ganis Joseph,
Ingeborg Joseph,
Carl Henry Joseph,
Stephen Joseph,
Jane Eileen Josiah,
Anthony Jovic,
Angel L. Warbe Jr.,
Karen Sue Uday,
Ann C. Judge,
Michael F. Judge,
Paul William Jurgens,
Thomas Edward Jurgens,
Shashi Kiran Lakshmikanta Kadaba,
Gavaroy Karma Denova,
Sherry Candell,
and my cousin Matthew Carmen Salida. You are loved, you are missed.
and my uncle, Łukasz Tomasz Milewski. I was never given the privilege to be around the amazing person he was, but through my mom's and grandparents' stories, I'm told he's seen a lot in me, and that's something I carry proudly. We love and miss you more every day.
Howard Lee Kane, Jennifer Lynn Kane, Vincent D. Kane, June Koo Kane, Sheldon Robert Cantor, Deborah H. Kaplan, Robin Lynn Kaplan, Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr., Charles H. Karcheski, William A. Carnes, Andrew K. Cates, Charles L. Casper, Dennis G. Karpilov, John A. Katamatides, Robert Michael Culfers, Don Jerome Kauth Jr., Hidea Kawauchi, Edward T. Keene, Richard M. Keene, Lisa Yvonne Carney Griffin, Carol Ann Kiesler, Barbara A. Keating, Paul Hanlon Keating, Leo Russell Keene III, Brenda Kegler, Chandler Raymond Keller, Joseph John Keller, Peter R. Kellerman, Joseph P. Keller, Frederick H. Kelly III, James Joseph Kelly, Joseph A. Kelly, Maurice P. Kelly, Richard John Kelly Jr., Thomas Michael Kelly, Thomas Richard Kelly, Thomas W. Kelly, Timothy Colin Kelly, William Hill Kelly Jr., Robert Clinton Kennedy, and my Uncle Noel Mayers. Uncle Noel, I'm so proud to be named after you. I love hearing stories about you, and I try to follow your example, showing kindness to everyone I meet and living life to the fullest. Our family misses you, and we ask you to please continue watching over us. You'll never be forgotten, Uncle Noel. And my uncle, Richard Michael Caggiano. Even though we never met, I always wonder how good of an uncle you would have been. I will always love you, and you will always hold a special place in my heart.
Thomas J. Kennedy,
Yvonne E. Kennedy,
John Richard Keohane,
Ralph Francis Kershaw,
Ronald T. Kerwin,
Howard L. Kestenbaum,
Douglas D. Ketchum,
Ruth Ellen Kettler,
Boris Califf,
Norma Cruz Khan,
Sarah Khan,
Taimur Faraz Khan,
Rajesh Handelwal,
Seilei Ku,
Michael Vernon Kiefer,
Satoshi Kikuchi Hara,
Andrew Jaehoon Kim,
Lawrence Don Kim,
Mary Jo Kimmelman,
Heinrich Kimming,
Karen Ann Kincaid,
Amy R. King,
Andrew M. King,
Lucille Teresa King,
Robert King Jr.,
Lisa King Johnson,
Brian K. Kinney,
Takashi Kino Shita,
Chris Michael Kirby,
Robert Kirkpatrick,
Howard Barry Kirschbaum,
Glenn Davis Kerwin,
Helen Crossan Kittle,
Richard Joseph Clarice,
Peter Anton Klein,
Alan David Kleinberg,
Karen Joyce Klitzman,
Ronald Philip Klepfer,
Stephen A. Knapp,
Eugenie Niezev,
and my grandfather, George Velasquez. He was a security guard for Morgan Stanley.
He means so much to my mom, so much to my uncles, so much to his wife, my grandmother, who despite having Alzheimer's still remembers him. And he means so much to those he evacuated. And because of that, he means so much to me.
And my titi, Giovanna Porras. Titi, we miss you every single day. We know you're with us every single day. I wish you got a chance to meet your niece, Ava, who has your name as her middle name. I know you're watching over her every day, and I know you're watching over us every day.
Andrew James Knox, Thomas Patrick Knox, Rebecca Lee Kabori, Deborah A. Kobus, Gary Edward Keckler, Frank J. Hostner, Ryan Cohart, Vanessa Lynn Shugalo Kolpak, Irina Kolpakova, Suzanne Rose Kondratenko, Abdullah Kone, Bong Siok Hu, Dorata Kopikitsu, Scott Michael Kopitko, Ohan George Kostich, Danielle Husulis, David P. Kolbechin, John J. Kren, William Edward Krakowski, Ludmila Kusido, Toshia Kuge, Shakar Kumar, Kenneth Bruce Kumpel, Frederick Hu Jr., Patricia A. Koras, Noka Kushitani, Thomas Joseph Kuvakis, Victor Kwakai, Raymond Kui Fei Kwak, Angela Reed Height, Andrew Laporte, Carol Ann LaPlante, Jeffrey G. Latouche, Catherine L. Labori, Amarnath Lachman, Ganesh K. Ladkot, James Patrick Ladley, Joseph A. LaFosse, Jeanette Louise LaFon Menachino, David James LaForge, and my cousin Noel Mayers. Noel, we love you, we miss you, you'll never be forgotten. Your legacy lives on, and we're grateful to have you as a guardian angel. Until we meet again, cousin.
And my Richard friends, Brian Bennett, John Candela, Mike LaForte, Sean Lynch from Cantor, and my brother Thomas Harold Bowden Jr. Tommy, it's been 22 years and I miss your crooked smile.
Michael Patrick Laforte, Alan Charles LaFrance, Juan Mendez Lafuente, Neil Kwang Wei Lei, Vincent Anthony Layeta, William David Lake, Franco Lalama, Chow Quam Lam, Michael S. Lamana, Stephen Lamontia, Amy Hope Lamonsoff, Robert T. Lane, Brandon Mark Lang, Roseanne P. Lang, Vanessa Lang Langer, Mary Lou Langley, Peter J. Langon, Thomas Michael Langone, Michelle Bernadette Lanza, Ruth Sheila Lappin, Ingeborg A.D. Larrabee, Robin Blair Larkey, Judith Camila LaRoque, Christopher Randall Larrabee, Hamidou S. Larry, Scott Larson,
John Adam Larson,
Natalie Janice Lasden,
Gary Edward Lasco,
Nicholas Craig Lassman,
Paul Lasinski,
Charles A. Sorensen,
Stephen James Lauria,
Maria Lavache,
Dennis Francis Lavelle,
Janine Mary Laverde,
Anna A. Laverty,
Stephen Lawn,
Robert A. Lawrence Jr., and
Nathaniel Lawson,
and my cousin Lucia Kifasi. My dear Angel Lucy, you got child Gio and I love you every day of our life. Maria and Frank miss you and miss you. Now you are together with my husband, Rosario Floro. Vi voglio bene, miei due grandi amori. May God bless this country.
and my brother, Harvey Joseph Gardner III. Harvey, you're in our prayers and our hearts every day. The courage and compassion, the kindness that you showed on 9/11 and throughout your short life will always inspire us to live better lives. May our loved ones all be at peace. May they feel our love. May they be honored always. And may there be justice and accountability for them and ongoing care and support for those still suffering from 9/11's ongoing impacts.
David W. Lachek,
Eugene Gabriel Lazar,
James Patrick Leahy,
Joseph Gerard Levy,
Neil J. Levy,
Robert G. LeBlanc,
Leon Labor,
Kenneth Charles Leday,
Alan J. Letterman,
Alina F. Ledesma,
Alexis Leduc,
Daniel John Lee,
David S. Lee,
Young Chu Lee,
Gary H. Lee,
Yoon Jun Lee,
Juanita Lee,
Catherine Blair Lee,
Linda C. Lee,
Lorraine Mary Green Lee,
Mi Young Woo Lee,
Richard Y. C. Lee,
Stuart Soo Jin Lee,
Yan Der Lee,
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz,
Adriana LeGros,
Edward Joseph Lehman,
Eric Herdfield,
David R. Leastman,
David Prudencio Lamonge,
Joseph Anthony Lenahan,
John Joseph Lemon Jr.,
John Robertson Lenoir,
Jorge Luis Leon Sr.,
Matthew G. Leonard,
Michael Lepore,
Charles A. Lesperance,
Jeff Levine,
John Dennis Levi,
Alicia Karen Levin,
and my uncle, John M. Poacher, a bond broker at Cantor Fitzgerald. We all miss you so incredibly much and will always carry on your memory with us. Love you forever and always.
and my son, Darrell LaRon McKinney, Tower 1, Cantor Fitzgerald, and his beautiful fiance, Angela Rosario, which worked for Cantor also. We lost both of them. We, the two families, continue to stay united for 22 years. They say, never forget. We can't forget. We are living their legacy as if they were still here together.
Neil David Levin,
Robert Levine,
Robert Michael Levine,
Shaib Levenhar,
Daniel M. Lewin,
Adam J. Lewis,
Jennifer Lewis,
Kenneth E. Lewis,
Margaret Susan Lewis,
Yi Wei Liang,
Orasfri Liang Thanasarn,
Daniel F. Labretti,
Ralph Michael Lichardi,
Edward Lichtshine,
Samantha L. Lightborn Allen,
Stephen Barry Lilienthal,
Carlos R. Lilo,
Craig Damian Lalore,
Arnold Arboleda Lim,
Daria Lin,
Wei Rong Lim,
Nikki L. Lindo,
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.,
Robert Thomas Linnane,
Alan Patrick Linton Jr.,
Diane Teresa Lapari,
Kenneth P. Lira Arevalo,
Francisco Alberto Liriano,
Lorraine Lisi,
Paul Listen,
Vincent M. Lito,
Ming Hao Lu,
Nancy Liz,
Harold Liscano,
Martin Lazul,
George Andrew Jonas,
Elizabeth C. Logler,
Catherine Lisa Laguidice,
Jerome Robert Lohez,
Michael William Lomax,
and my father, Police Officer Paul Talty. We love and miss you always.
and my brother-in-law, hero firefighter, Rescue One, Kenneth Joseph Marino. Only wish you got to play baseball and softball with Sophia and Zachary.
Stephen V. Long,
Laura Maria Longing,
Salvatore P. Lopes,
Daniel Lopez,
George Lopez,
Luis Manuel Lopez,
Maclovio Lopez Jr.,
Manuel L. Lopez,
Joseph Lostrangio,
Chet Deck Louis,
Stuart Side Lewis,
Joseph Lovero,
Sarah Elizabeth Lowe,
Jenny Sue Quang Lo Wong,
Michael W. Lowe,
Gary W. Lozier,
John P. Lozowski,
Charles Peter Lucania,
Edward Hobbs Luckett II,
Mark Gavin Ludvigsen,
Lee Charles Ludwig,
Sean Thomas Lungano,
Daniel Lugo,
Marie Lucas,
William Lung Jr.,
Michael P. London,
Christopher E. Lunder,
Anthony Luparello,
Gary Frederick Lutnick,
Linda Ann Musicone,
Alexander Ligon,
Cece Lyles,
Farrell Peter Lynch,
James Francis Lynch,
James T. Lynch Jr.,
Louise A. Lynch,
Michael Cameron Lynch,
Michael Francis Lynch,
Michael Francis Lynch,
Richard D. Lynch Jr.,
and my brother Francis Jude Feely. I had a nice short speech about what I've missed about my brother Fran these years and what he has missed, like the birth of his two grandsons, Justin and Lucas, his daughter's weddings, how I missed the unity that the country had on September 12th. And I would like to get that back. But I lost a dear friend to suicide this past week, and I cannot let that go without saying something about that tragic loss and all of the tragic losses so many people have suffered. So those of you who are suffering, please reach out, say something. It's okay to say you're not okay.
Most people experience periods of not being okay. We can't help you if we don't know. Reach out to somebody, or if you prefer to talk to a stranger, pick up the phone, call or text 988, the Suicide Prevention Hotline. Please. And I thank you.
And my nephew, Gregory Milanowitz. Greg is up in heaven now with his father, Joseph, who we just lost 2 weeks ago. Our family prayers go out to everyone who lost someone 22 years ago. We continue to pray for all of us and for the people that we continue to lose. We will continue as a family to pray, and we are hoping for blessings from above, and we can only say we will never forget. Thank you.
Robert Henry Lynch Jr.,
Sean P. Lynch,
Sean Patrick Lynch,
Terrence M. Lynch,
Michael J. Lyons,
Monica Ann Lyons,
Nahaman Lyons IV,
Patrick John Lyons,
Robert Francis Mace,
Marianne McFarland,
Jan Makajewski,
Susan A. McKay,
William Macko,
Catherine Fairfax McCrae,
Richard Blaine Madden,
Simone Madison,
Noel C. Mayers,
Janine Maffio,
Joseph Maffeo,
J. Robert Magazine,
Brian McGee,
Charles W. McGee,
Joseph V. McGaddy,
Ronald Magnuson,
Daniel L. Mayer,
Thomas A. Mahone,
William J. Mahoney,
Joseph Daniel Mayo,
Linda C. Mayer Grayling,
Takashi Makimoto,
Abdu Ali Malahi,
Deborah I. Maldonado,
Myrna T. Maldonado Augusto,
Alfred Russell Malaire,
Gregory James Malone,
Edward Francis Maloney III,
Joseph E. Maloney,
Jean Edward Malloy,
Christian H. Maltby,
Francisco Miguel Mancini,
and my dad, firefighter Christopher Joseph Blackwell, Rescue 3, FDNY.
and my brother Ronald Philip Clutford, NYPD ESU Truck 7. Remember it like it was yesterday. There's not a day that goes by that I don't miss you or think of you. So many life experiences, memories cut short by cowards. You were a father, you were a son, you were a brother, an uncle, a friend, a teammate. You'd be proud of your nieces and nephews, especially Robert and CJ. They are proud to call you their uncle, regardless if you've never met. We miss you, we love you, and we thank you. We never forget.
Joseph Mangano,
Sarah Elizabeth Manley,
Deborah M. Manetta,
Marion Victoria Manning,
Terrence John Manning,
James Moundas,
Alfred Giles, Padre Joseph Marchand,
Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr.,
Laura A. Marchese,
Hilda Marson,
Peter Edward Mardikian,
Edward Joseph Mardovich,
Charles Joseph Margiata,
Louis Neil Mariani,
Kenneth Joseph Marino,
Lester V. Marino,
Vita Marino,
Kevin D. Marlowe,
Jose Juan Marrero,
John Daniel Marshall,
Shelley A. Marshall,
James Martello,
Michael A. Marty,
Karen Ann Martin,
Peter C. Martin,
Teresa M. Martin,
William J. Martini Jr.,
Brian E. Martineau,
Betsy Martinez,
Edward J. Martinez,
Jose Angel Martinez Jr.,
Robert Gabriel Martinez,
Waleska Martinez,
Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon,
Paul Richard Martini,
Anne Marie Martino Kramer,
Joseph A. Mascali,
Bernard Mascarenas,
Stephen Frank Macy,
Ada L. Mason Acker,
and my very missed brother, firefighter John James Stibbing II.
and my missed brother Stephen J. Weinberg.
I'd like to share with you this Apache grief blessing. May the sun bring you energy every day, bringing light into the darkness of your soul. May the moon softly restore you by light, bathing you in the glow of restful sleep and peaceful dreams. May the rain wash away your worries and cleanse the hurt that sits in your heart. May the breeze blow new strength into your being, and may you believe in the courage of yourself. May you walk gently through the world, keeping your loved one with you always, knowing that you are never parted in the beating of your heart.
Stephen, as your name is read aloud on yet another 9/11, I remember you as a husband, father, son, brother, and friend. Funny, gregarious, and caring. Just a few of your special qualities that we miss. And although you're no longer with us, we keep you alive in our minds and our hearts. We will never forget. We miss and love you.
Nicholas George Massa,
Patricia Ann Cimaroli Musari,
Michael Massaroli,
Philip William Mastrandrea Jr.,
Rudy Mastrocinque,
Joseph Mathai,
Charles William Mathers,
William A. Matson,
Marcelo Matriciano,
Margaret Elaine Maddock,
Dean E. Matson,
Robert D. Matson,
Walter A. Matuza Jr.,
Timothy J. Maud,
Jill Maurer Campbell,
Charles A. Morrow Jr.,
Charles J. Mauro,
Dorothy Mauro,
Nancy T. Morrow,
Robert J. Maxwell,
Renee A. May,
Tyrone May,
Keithroy Marcellus Maynard,
Robert J. Mayo,
Kathy N. Mazza,
Edward Mazzella Jr.,
Jennifer Lynn Mazzata,
Karia Mbaya,
James Joseph McAllery Jr.,
Brian Gerard McAleese,
Patricia Ann McKennedy,
Colin R. MacArthur,
Brendan F. McCabe,
Kenneth M. McGrair,
John Kevin McRoy,
Michael McCabe,
Thomas Joseph McCann,
Justin McCarthy,
Kevin M. McCarthy,
Michael Desmond McCarthy,
and to the father of Sophie Meredith and myself, whose name I share and who I've never met and who will never be forgotten, David Lucian Williams.
and to my beautiful and loving mom, Deepika Kumar Setaluri. You are missed every day by so many people. I hope you keep looking over us. Thank you for everything. Love you.
Robert G. McCarthy,
Stanley McCaskill,
Katie Marie McCloskey,
Juliana Valentine McCourt,
Ruth Magdalene McCourt,
Charles Austin McCran,
Toniel F. McDay,
Matthew T. McDermott,
Joseph P. McDonald,
Brian Grady McDonald,
Michael P. McDonald,
John F. McDowell Jr.,
Eamon J. McEnany,
John Thomas McErlin Jr.,
Daniel Francis McGinley,
Mark Ryan McGinley,
William E. McGinn,
Thomas Henry McGinnis,
Michael Gregory McGinty,
Ann Walsh McGovern,
Scott Martin McGovern,
William J. McGovern,
Stacy Sennis McGowan,
Frances Noel McGuinn,
Thomas F. McGinnis Jr.,
Patrick J. McGuire,
Thomas M. McHale,
Keith David McHeffy,
Ann M. McHugh,
Dennis J. McHugh III,
Dennis P. McHugh,
Michael Edward McHugh Jr.,
Robert G. McIlvaine,
Donald James McIntyre,
Stephanie Marie McKenna,
Molly L. McKenzie,
Barry J. McKeon,
Evelyn C. McKinney,
Darrell LaRon McKinney,
George Patrick McLaughlin Jr.,
and lastly, my loved one, my late wife, Jennifer Lynn Howley, and her unborn child, a woman who brought so much love and joy, not only in my life, but to countless others. 22 years seems like a lifetime ago, but there isn't a day that goes by where I don't think of you and your unbelievable smile. Your spirit lives on, particularly with the Performing Arts Center at your high school, which bears your name. It's where current and future students can learn about the believer, the resilient, the vibrant, and stunning beauty that you were. You are forever missed, never forgotten, and forever respected.
and my uncle, Paul Edward Jeffers. We love you, we miss you, and we are reminded and think of you every day.
Robert C. McLaughlin Jr.,
Gavin McMahon,
Robert D. McMahon,
Edmund M. McNally,
Daniel Walker McNeil,
Walter Arthur McNeil,
Christine Sheila McNulty,
Sean Peter McNulty,
Robert William McPadden,
Terrence A. McShane,
Timothy Patrick McSweeney,
Martin E. McWilliams,
Rocco A. Medaglia,
Abigail Medina,
Anna Iris Medina,
Damian Meehan,
William J. Meehan Jr.,
Alok Kumar Mehta,
Raymond Meisenheimer,
Manuel Emilio Mejia,
Escadar Malacu,
Antonio Melendez,
Mary P. Melendez,
Christopher D. Mello,
Yelena Melnichenko,
Stuart Todd Meltzer,
Direlia Giovanna Mena,
Dora Marie Menchaca,
Charles R. Mendez,
Lizette Mendoza,
Siobhan Alicia Mentis,
Wolfgang Peter Menzel,
Steve John Mercado,
Wilfredo Mercado,
Wellesley Mercer,
Ralph Joseph Mercurio,
Alan Harvey Merdinger,
George L. Marino,
Yamel Josephina Marino,
George Marquires,
and my beautiful cousin, Michelle Marie Reed. You are forever in our hearts, and thank you for continuing to be our guardian angel.
and my uncle Jason Malabulio P. Chavez. Tito, I heard many great stories about you and lots of achievements you have done. I wish I could see you right now alive and well, so I could tell you all the things I could do and make great memories with you. We miss you very much, Tito. You're always in our hearts.
Deborah Merrick,
Raymond Joseph Metz III,
Jill Ann Metzler,
David Robert Meyer,
Nurul H. Miha,
William Edward McCauley,
Martin Paul Michelstein, Patricia E. Mackley, Ronald D. Milam, Peter Tid Milano, Gregory Milanovich, Louise Thomas Molesky, Sharon Christina Milan, Corey Peter Miller, Craig J. Miller, Douglas C. Miller, Henry Alfred Miller Jr., Joel Miller, Michael Matthew Miller, Nicole Carol Miller, Philip D. Miller. Oh, I'm sorry. Benny Millman. Skip one. Robert Cromwell Miller Jr. I'm going to say Benny Miller. Charles M. Mills Jr. Ronald Keith Milstein. Robert J. Minara. William George Minara. Louis Joseph Minarvino. Thomas Mangione. Wilbert Muriel. Dominic M. Makovich. Rajesh Arjan Mirpuri. Joseph D. Mistuli. Susan J. Mishkovich. Paul Thomas Mitchell. Richard P. Muccio. Jeffrey Peter Meldenik. Frank V. Mochia Sr. Louis Joseph Modafini. And my uncle, firefighter Gerard Terrence Nevins. Uncle Jerry, we love you and we miss you every day. And to my brother Rudolph Riccio. Rudy, I can't believe it's been 22 years. Every time I come down here, all I see is the devastation. God bless you. God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Boye Mohammed,
Dennis Mojica,
Manuel D. Mojica Jr.,
Kleber Rolando Molina,
Manuel Justin John Molisani Jr.,
Carl Molinaro,
Manuel de Jesus Molina,
Brian Patrick Monaghan,
Franklin Monahan,
John Gerard Monahan,
Kristen Lee Montanaro,
Craig Montano,
Michael G. Montesi,
Carlos Alberto Montoya,
Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez,
Cheryl Ann Monyak,
Thomas Carlo Moody,
Sharon Moore,
Krishna B. Morthy,
Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito,
Adna Morales,
Carlos Manuel Morales,
Paula E. Morales,
Sonia Mercedes Morales Popolo,
Gerard P. Moran Jr.,
John Christopher Moran,
John Michael Moran,
Kathleen Moran,
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse,
George William Morell,
Stephen P. Morello,
Vincent S. Morello,
Yvette Nicole Moreno,
Dorothy Morgan,
Richard J. Morgan,
Nancy Morgenstern,
Sane Mori,
Blanca Robertina Morocho,
Lionel Geronimo Morocho,
Dennis Gerard Moroni,
and my beautiful sister, Jill Ann Metzler, You were the best daughter, sister, aunt, cousin, niece, and friend to many. We all miss your big smile, your laughter, your zest for life, and soaring free spirit. Our precious memories keep you close. When there is a rainbow in the sky, your mom believes you sent it to us. We all love you and miss you so much. You are always in our hearts.
And my uncle, firefighter Eric Taub Olson. I know you through stories and your sacrifice that will never be forgotten. Thanks for watching over us when we needed it most. We love and miss you every day.
Lynn Irene Mars.
Odessa B. Morris.
Seth Allen Mars.
Steve Morris.
Christopher Martel Morrison.
Ferdinand V. Marone.
William David Moscow.
Brian A. Moss.
Marco Mitroni.
Cynthia Motis Wilson.
Yuri A. Luchinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutus.
Damian O'Neill Mowat.
Teddington H. Moy.
Christopher Michael Mazzillo.
Stephen Vincent Mulderry.
Richard T. Muldowney Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen.
James Donald Munhall.
Nancy Muniz.
Francisco Hilario Munoz.
Carlos Mario Munoz.
Teresa Munson.
Robert Michael Murak.
Caesar Augusto Morello.
Mark A. Marolo.
Brian Joseph Murphy.
Charles Anthony Murphy.
Christopher W. Murphy.
Edward Charles Murphy.
James F. Murphy IV.
James Thomas Murphy.
Kevin James Murphy.
Patrick Jude Murphy.
Patrick Sean Murphy.
Raymond E. Murphy.
And my cousins, firefighter Michael T. Carroll, FDNY Ladder 3, and my cousin, firefighter Peter J. Carroll, FDNY Squad 1. Rest easy, brothers. I have the watch.
And my father, James Robert Ostrowski, who we love and miss every day.
Robert Eddie Murphy Jr.,
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray,
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray,
Richard Todd Myrie.
Louis J. Nackey II,
Robert B. Nagel.
Mildred Rose Neiman,
Takuya Nakamura.
Alexander John Robert Napier,
Frank Joseph Naples III.
John Philip Napolitano,
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Mario Nardone Jr.,
Monica K. Navula.
Sean M. Nasani,
Narendra Nath.
Karen Susan Navarro,
Joseph M. Navis.
Francis Joseph Nazario,
Glenroy I. Neblick.
Raymond Marcus Neblick,
Jerome O. Ned.
Lawrence F. Nadell,
Luke G. Nee.
Pete Negron,
Lori Ann Nera.
Ann N. Nelson,
David William Nelson.
Ginger Risco Nelson,
James A. Nelson.
Michelle Ann Nelson,
Peter Ann Nelson.
Oscar Francis Nesbitt,
Gerard Terrence Nevins.
Renee Tetranol Newell,
Christopher C. Newton.
Christopher Newton Carter,
Nancy Yuen Nago.
and my brother-in-law, my wife Eileen's only brother, Reuben Esquilin Jr., a clown, someone that loved to joke around, a shining example of someone who was totally selfless, who coached and refereed as a volunteer on countless teams. And joking till just now, I was online and an acorn hit my head, and I know it was you. Ruben, that was absolutely you. God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
And my grandfather, Cesar Aranto Alviar. We love you and we miss you every single day. We hope that we make you proud and can't wait to see you again.
Kang Nigot Niguen.
Jody Tepedino Nichilo.
Kathleen Ann Nicosia.
Martin Stewart Niederer.
Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer.
Frank John Niestad Jr.
Gloria Nieves.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimbley.
John Valentine Neven.
Catherine McGarry Noack.
Curtis Terrence Noel.
Michael A. Noeth.
Daniel R. Nolan.
Robert Walter Noonan.
Jacqueline June Norton.
Robert Grant Norton.
Daniela Rosalia Notaro.
Brian Christopher Novotny.
Sochi Nomata.
Brian Nunez.
Jose Nunez.
Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum.
James A. Oakley.
Dennis Patrick Oberg.
James P. O'Brien Jr.
Michael P. O'Brien.
Daniel O. Callahan.
Timothy Michael O'Brien.
Diana J. O'Connor.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Richard O'Connor.
Amy O'Doherty.
Marnie Hunt O'Doherty.
Douglas E. Oschlager.
Takashi Ogawa.
Albert Ogletree.
And my loving brother, Ricknath Jaggernaut. Rick, I know you're in heaven right now listening, and I want you to know that we love you, we miss you, and we will never forget you. And to the terrorists and those who support terrorism, I would like you to know that we hate, we despise your theology, your philosophy, your beliefs. And God bless the United States of America, the greatest country in the world.
Yes.
And my brother,
Yes.
Donald Walter Robertson Jr. Donnie, words cannot express how much you are missed and loved. Your legacy lives on through our family, your 4 beautiful children, Michael, Matthew, Madison, Kevin, and soon-to-be granddaughter, your extended family of friends, and of course, Team Shamrock with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. We choose to remember how you lived, so fearless and full of life, rather how you left us. And we vow to never forget. God bless you, Donnie, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah. You, Marty, and everybody.
Philip Paul Ognebeni.
John A. Oganowski.
James Andrew O'Grady.
Joseph J. Ogren.
Thomas G. O'Hagan.
Samuel Ortiz.
Patrick J. O'Keefe.
William O'Keefe.
Gerald Michael Alcott.
Gerald Thomas O'Leary,
Christine Ann Olander,
Linda Mary Oliva,
Edward K. Oliver,
Leah Elizabeth Oliver,
Eric Taub Olson,
Jeffrey James Olson,
Barbara K. Olson,
Maureen Lyons Olson,
Stephen John Olson,
Matthew Timothy O'Mahony,
Toshihiro Onda,
Seamus L. O'Neill,
John P. O'Neill,
Peter J. O'Neill Jr.,
Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill,
Betty Ann Ong,
Michael C. Opperman,
Christopher T. Ordilowicz,
Margaret Quinn Olorski,
Virginia Ann Ormiston,
Ruben S. Ornado,
Kevin M. O'Rourke,
Ronald Orsini,
Peter Keith Ortali,
Juan Ortega Campos,
Jane Marie Orth,
Alexander Ortiz,
David Ortiz,
Emilio Pete Ortiz,
Pablo Ortiz,
my uncle Timothy George Grazioso, and my father John Michael Grazioso. We miss you, we love you, and we think about you every day.
and my father, Norberto Hernandez. We love you and we miss you.
Paul Ortiz Jr., Sonia Ortiz, Masaru Ose, Patrick J. O'Shea, Robert William O'Shea, Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva, James R. Ostrowski, Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan, Jason Douglas Oswald, Michael John Otten, Isidro D. Ottenwalder, Michael Chung U, Todd Joseph Ueda, Jesus Ovalis, Peter J. Owens Jr., Adianis Oyela, Angel M. Pabon Jr., Israel Paben Jr., Roland Pacheco, Michael Benjamin Packer, Diana B. Padro, Deepa Pakala, Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo, Thomas Palazzo, Richard A. Palazzolo, Oreo Joseph Harmon, Frank Anthony Palumbo, Alan N. Palumbo, Christopher Matthew Panettiere, Dominic Lisa Pandolfo, Jonas Martin Panic, Paul J. Pansini, John M. Paolillo, Edward Joseph Papa, Salvatore T. Papasso, James Nicholas Papa George, Marie Papalardo, Vinod Kumar Parakat, Vijaya Shankar Paramsathi, Nitin Ramesh Parandikar, and my uncle Noel H. Mia and my aunt Shakila Yasmin. Together they worked for Marshall McLennan on the 97th floor in Tower 1. Their love for each other was the kind found in movies. We love and miss you both. My brother-in-law Anil Shivhari Umarkar, you would be very proud of your wife, Preeti, for your beautiful daughter, Womika, to be a strong and confident adult. And my husband, Ganesh K. Ladkar, both of them were in Tower 1, Camp Fitzgerald. Keep smiling on us. Hardai Herbo, James Wendell Harum, Deborah Marie Harris, George Harris, Ji Young Park, Philip Lacey Parker, Michael Elaine Parks,
Robert E. Parks Jr.,
Hashmukh C. Parmar,
Robert Paro,
Diane Marie Parsons,
Leobardo Lopez Pascual,
Michael J. Pascuma Jr.,
Gerald Hughes Haskins,
Horace Robert Passananti,
Suzanne H. Pissarro,
Anish Rambai Patel,
Dipti Patel,
Manish Patel,
Stephen Bennett Patterson,
James Matthew Patrick,
Manuel D. Patrocino,
Bernard E. Patterson,
Clifford L. Patterson Jr.,
Sarah Marie Patty,
Robert E. Pattison,
James Robert Hall,
Patrice Paz,
Victor Hugos Paz,
Stacy Lynn Peak,
Richard Allen Perlman,
Durrell V. Pearsall Jr.,
Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli,
Thomas Pedicini,
Todd Douglas Polino,
Mike Adrian Pelletier,
Anthony G. Peluso,
Angel R. Pena,
Robert Penninger,
Richard Al Penny,
and for my brother, Michael H. Seaman, and Julia's father, Jeffrey Coombs. Mike, you are with us through spirit throughout our lives, especially during the weddings of your children, Michaela to Pat, Mary to Paul, and both you and Jeff were with us in spirit at the wedding of Eddie to Julia. Mike, you've been with us in spirit as Dara became a grandmother to baby Hope. And we know you'll be with us in spirit at the birth of your grandson this winter. May God bless all the 9/11 families.
and my uncle, Lieutenant Glenn C. Perry Sr. It is an honor to be your niece. Although our time was cut way too short, I'm grateful for the 9 years of memories we have. Life is not the same without you. We love and miss you every day, but find comfort knowing you're in heaven with Grandpa and Arlene and Aunt Barbara.
Salvatore F. Pepe,
Carl Allen B. Peralta,
Robert David Peraza,
John A. Perconti Jr.,
Alejo Perez,
Angel Perez Jr.,
Angela Susan Perez,
Anthony Perez,
Ivan Antonio Perez,
Nancy E. Perez,
Barry Berenson Perkins,
Joseph John Peranchino,
Edward J. Parata,
Imelda H. Perry,
Glenn C. Perry Sr.,
John William Perry,
Franklin Allen Pershep,
Danny Pesci,
Michael John Peshery,
Davin N. Pedersen,
Donald Arthur Peterson,
Jean Hoadley Peterson,
William Russell Peterson,
Mark James Petroselli,
Philip Scott Petty,
Glenn Kerwin Petit,
Dominic A. Pizzulo,
Kaylin Elizabeth Pizzuti,
Kevin J. Pfeiffer,
Tu An Pham,
Kenneth John Phelan Sr.,
Sania Ann Philip,
Eugenia McCann Piantieri,
Ludwig John Picaro,
Matthew Paserno,
Joseph O. Pick,
Christopher J. Pickford,
Dennis J. Pierce,
Bernard Petronico,
Nicholas P. Petrunti,
and my grandfather, Edward Joseph Papa. Grandpa Eddie, even though I never got to meet you, I feel like I've known you forever. From stories and videos and pictures, it's almost as if you're still here. I feel your presence when the family says grace at the dinner table and when we pray at church. Even though my cousins and I wish we could have known you and had fun with you, we will always remember and honor you every day. We love you, Grandpa Eddie.
Remembering my brother Daniel Van Leer. He is loved and remembered by family, friends, and loved ones.
Theodoros Pigus,
Susan Elizabeth Pinto,
Joseph Piscadlo,
Christopher Todd Pittman,
Joshua Michael Piver,
Robert R. Plaisir III,
Zandra F. Plaisir,
Joseph Plumatalo,
John M. Pocher,
William Howard Pullman,
Lawrence Michael Poltish,
Thomas H. Polhemus,
Steve Policino,
Susan M. Polio,
Darren H. Pontel,
Joshua Isua Poptine,
Giovanna Forrest,
Anthony Portillo,
James Edward Potorti,
Daphne Kuletsas,
Richard N. Poulos,
Stephen Emmanuel Poulos,
Brandon Jerome Howell,
Scott Allen Powell,
Sean Edward Howell,
Antonio Dorsey Pratt,
Gregory M. Preziosi,
Wanda Ivalis Prince,
Vincent A. Princiota,
Kevin M. Pryor,
Everett Martin Proctor III,
Carrie Beth Projan,
David Lee Prum,
Richard A. Pruntney,
John Foster Puckett,
Robert David Pugliese,
Edward F. Bullis,
Patricia Ann Puma,
Jack D. Punches,
Hermate Kumar Kutur,
and my brother Brian Joseph Murphy. We love you and miss you.
and my brother Michael E. Tinley. Mike was in town for a appointment that day. We had a very fortuitous phone call with him telling me exactly where he was in the North Tower while I looked at him from my apartment 5 blocks away. So it was very interesting as we were planning our lunch date on Wednesday, September 12th. Mike, we miss you. You have a lot of company now with 5 of our other siblings joining you. And your daughters are doing phenomenal. Their families are great. Your grandchildren have been here. 1 year, I know that they'll be here reading your name, and we love you and miss you.
Joseph J. Pysor Jr.,
Edward R. Pycon,
Christopher Quackenbush,
Lars Peter Qualben,
Lincoln Quaid,
Beth Ann Quigley,
Patrick J. Quigley IV,
Michael T. Quilty,
James Francis Quinn,
Ricardo J. Quinn,
Carol Millicent Robales,
Christopher Peter Anthony Roccanando,
Leonard J. Regalia,
Eugene J. Raggio,
Laura Marie Ragnisi Sneck,
Michael Paul Ragusa,
Peter Frank Raimondi,
Harry A. Rains,
Lisa J. Rains,
Etisham Raja,
Vasul Raju,
Edward J. Rall,
Lucas Rambusek,
Maria Ramirez,
Harry Ramos,
Vishnu Ramsarup,
Deborah A. Ramasar,
Lorenzo E. Ramsey,
Alfred Todd Ranke,
Adam David Rand,
Jonathan C. Randall,
Shreyas S. Ranganath,
Ann T. Ransom,
Fina Rapport,
Rhonda Sue Rasmussen,
Robert A. Rasmussen,
Aminia Razul,
R. Mark Rossweiler,
Marcia D. Ratchford,
David Allen James Rathke,
and my brother, Asael Ishmael Vasquez. May you be remembered forever. You went to a day of work to provide for your spouse and your daughter and never made it home. You were the glue to our family, and you were the best brother, best son, best dad, best friend to any and everybody who knew you. You were just a light to this world, and now you're just our guardian angel. We love you and we miss you every single day.
and my dad, Yudhvir Singh Jain. Dad, there's so much to say and not enough time. I never thought the last time I'd see you was when you dropped me off freshman year of college. It was a lifetime ago that I saw you drive away, looking back at me waving in your red flannel shirt. And the moment the North Tower was hit, I was picking up a package you had sent me. You were always there for me, and I just hope you're proud of who I've grown up to be. Thank you for loving us, Dad, and thank you for being my dad.
William Ralph Raub,
Gerard F. Rousey,
Alexei Rabuzev,
Gregory Rita,
Sarah Ann Redheffer,
Michelle Marie Reed,
Judith Ann Reese,
Donald J. Regan,
Robert M. Regan,
Thomas Michael Regan,
Christian Michael Otto Regenhardt,
Howard Reich,
Greg Reedy,
James Brian Riley,
Kevin O'Reilly,
Timothy E. Riley,
Joseph Reyna Jr.,
Thomas Barnes Reinig,
Frank Bennett Reisman,
Joshua Scott Reese,
Karen Renda,
John Armand Rio,
Richard Cyril Rescorla,
John Thomas Resta,
Sylvia San Pio Resta,
Martha M. Rusky,
David E. Rettick,
Todd H. Rubin,
Luis Clodoaldo Revilla Mayer,
Echevigas Reyes Jr.,
Bruce Albert Reynolds,
John Frederick Rhodes,
Francis Seviero Riccardelli,
Rudolph N. Riccio,
Anne Marie Riccoboni,
David Harlow Rice,
Eileen Mary Rice,
Kenneth Frederick Rice III,
Celia E. Richard,
Vernon Allen Richard,
Irina Kopakova, and a special shout out in honor of my cousin Steve Belson, who was a lifeguard in Rockaway Beach, New York, before becoming a firefighter. So all you lifeguards out there, keep on training, keep on preparing, keep on saving lives. And I want to say one thing, 22 years ago, this site and the lives of so many people were destroyed by one thing, and that's hatred. And America since then has shown the world that the terrorists and the hate must be defeated. So I ask all the people and nations of the world, and even many of our politicians, some who have sadly left this site already, let's stop the hatred. Americans cherish life and freedom. So please, everybody, stop the hate between us all. We deserve better. God bless America, land of the free and home of the brave.
and my sister-in-law, Bella J. Buchan. Bella, you're so loved. So many years have passed, but our memory of you is stronger today than ever before. I remember your smile, the way you used to laugh, the way you danced, your beauty inside and out, your passion for life.
Our memories of you and the stories we shared keeps us right next to us. We all miss you so much and love you forever.
Claude Daniel Richards.
Gregory David Richards.
Michael Richards.
Venetia Orintia Richards.
Jimmy Riches.
Alan J. Richmond.
John M. Rigo.
Frederick Charles Remley III.
Rose Mary Riso.
Moises N. Rivas.
Joseph R. Ravelli Jr.
Carmen Alicia Rivera.
Isaiah Rivera.
Juan William Rivera.
Linda Evelise Rivera.
David E. Rivers.
Joseph R. Reverso.
Paul V. Ritza.
John Frank Rizzo.
Stephen Lewis Roach.
Joseph Roberto.
Leo Arthur Roberts.
Michael E. Roberts.
Firefighter Michael Edward Roberts.
Donald Walter Robertson Jr.
Jeffrey Robinson.
Michelle Lee Jean Robotham.
Donald Arthur Robson.
Antonio A. Rocha.
Raymond James Rocha.
Laura Rockefeller.
John Michael Rodek.
Antonio Jose Rodriguez.
Firefighter Anthony Rodriguez.
Carmen Milagros Rodriguez.
Gregory E. Rodriguez.
Marcia A. Rodriguez.
Myra Valdez Rodriguez.
Richard Rodriguez.
David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas.
And my brother, Ronald J. Rubin. We miss you. We love you. Keep watching over us and show us some more signs. We love seeing them.
And my son, Ryan Daniel Fitzgerald. As it was on September 11th, 2001, so it remains today, 22 years later. Ragai, your mom, your sisters, your family, your friends, and I still love you and still miss you so very, very much. May God bless the holy innocents we memorialize today. God bless the FDNY, NYPD, our military, all first responders. God bless New York City, and God bless America.
Matthew Rogan.
Jean Desterhan Rogier.
Carly Rogers.
Scott William Roner.
Keith Michael Roma.
Joseph M. Romignolo.
Efrain Romero Sr.
Elvin Romero.
James A. Romito.
Sean Paul Rooney.
Eric Thomas Repetio.
Aida Rosario.
Angela Rosario.
Mark H. Rosen.
Brooke David Rosenbaum.
Linda Rosenbaum.
Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum.
Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg.
Mark Lewis Rosenberg.
Andrew Ida Rosenblum.
Joshua M. Rosenblum.
Joshua Allen Rosenthal.
Richard David Rosenthal.
Philip Martin Rosenswag.
Daniel Rossetti.
Richard Barry Ross.
Norman S. Rossinow.
Nicholas P. Rosamundo.
Michael Craig Michael Craig Rothberg,
Donna Marie Rothenberg,
Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe,
James Michael Rowe,
Judy Rowlett,
Edward V. Rowenhurst,
Paul G. Ruback,
Timothy Allen Roy Sr.,
Joanne Rubino,
Ronald J. Rubin,
Joanne Rubino,
David M. Ruddle,
and my dear sister, Rena Alana Sam, who I miss dearly, as well as her unborn child. I'll remember her forever. I'm proud to be American, and God bless America, where freedom and justice will prevail.
and my cousin, James Joseph Kelly, Kells. He was a driving force in my life and an incredible human being. Even the train conductor from his train every day came to his funeral. That is the kind of person he was. And there's nothing I can say that will share your life with everyone. But we all are here. The girls are great. And I have a grandson. And Joe has done amazing. Thank you all for coming. And thank you, Mayor Bloomberg, for staying.
Claude Joseph Ruggieri, Susan A. Ruggiero, Adam Keith Ruhalter, Gilbert Ruiz, Robert E. Russell, Stephen P. Russell, Stephen Harris Russin, Michael Thomas Russo Sr., Wayne Allen Russo, William R. Ruth, Edward Ryan, John Joseph Ryan, Jonathan Stephen Ryan, Matthew L. Ryan, Tatiana Rijova, Christina Sunga Ryuk, Thierry Sada, Jason Elisar Sabak, Thomas E. Sabella, Scott H. Saber, Charles E. Saban Sr., Joseph Francis Sacerdote, Jessica Lee Sachs, Francis John Sudoka, June Elias Safi, Brock Joel Safranoff, Edward Saya, John Patrick Salomon, Marjorie C. Salomon, Hernando Rafael Salas, Juan G. Salas, Esmeralyn Antonio Salcedo, John Pepe Salerno, Rama Sali and her unborn child, Richard L. Salinardi Jr., Wayne John Solomon, Norbert Solomon, Catherine Patricia Salter, Frank G. Salvatierra, Paul Richard Salvo, and my brother Thomas Swift. Your family loves and misses you. You may have been torn from us that day, but your love and memories will never be torn from our hearts. We miss you. And please take care of Teresa. And my nephew, David Prudencio Lamagne, age 27, police officer, Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. You did not set out to be a hero on that fateful day, but nothing could have deterred you from the selfless sacrifice marked on you by the hand of God since the day before you were born. David, you are missed. You are remembered. You are loved always and forever. On September 11th, we remember our loved ones lost, what occurred here at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But I like to remember what happened on September 12th. We got up, and we continue to get up by coming here year after year. You can't keep Americans down, because getting up is what we do best.
Damn right. Damn right, son. Damn
On
right.
September 12th, I walked from Upper Manhattan to this site. Nothing could have prepared me for the horror I witnessed standing on the West Side Highway amid the rubble of what was the Two Towers. So with that in mind, I'd like to extend a very special thank you to all of our first responders who came from far and wide, but most especially the NYPD, the FDNY, the Port Authority Police Department, and these special men and women who we often sometimes don't even think as first responders, the iron workers. The iron workers who put up buildings in this city and who tear them apart brick by brick. We thank you all, patriots, one and all. You are our heroes. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Samuel Robert Salvo Jr.,
Carlos Alberto Samaniego,
John P. Sammartino,
James Kenneth Samuel Jr.,
Michael San Philip,
Hugo M. Sene,
Alba Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez,
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez,
Jesus Sanchez,
Raymond Sanchez,
Eric M. Sand,
Stacy Leigh Sanders,
Herman S. Sandler,
Jim Sands Jr.,
Aileen J. Santiago,
Kirsten Reese Santiago,
Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan,
Susan Gail Santo,
Christopher A. Santora,
John August Santora,
Mario L. Santoro,
Rafael Humberto Santos,
Rufino C.F. Santos III,
Victor J. Saracini,
Kalyan K. Sakar,
Chappelle Renee Stewart Sarker,
Paul F. Sorrell,
Deepika Kumar Sadaluri,
Gregory Thomas Sacedo,
Vladimir Savinkin,
Anthony Savas,
Susan M. Sarr,
John Michael Sabarbaro,
David M. Scales,
Robert Louis Scandol,
Michelle Scarpetta,
Dennis Scalzo,
John Albert Sharp,
John G. Sharp,
Fred C. Sheffield Jr.,
Angela Susan Scheinberg,
Scott Mitchell Schertzer,
Sean Shelkey,
Stephen Francis Schlag,
Robert A. Schlegel,
John Schlissel,
Karen Helene Schmidt,
Ian Schneider,
Thomas G. Scholes,
Frank G. Shaw Jr.,
Gerard Patrick Schrang,
Jeffrey H. Schreier,
John T. Schrader,
Susan Lee Laspa Schuler,
Edward W. Shunk,
Mark Evan Schermeyer,
John Burkhart Schwartz,
Mark Schwartz,
Adrian Victoria Civetta,
Rafael Skorka,
and my soul sister and Annie Christina Songa Yuk. We grew up inseparable, and my heart weighs so heavy without you here with me today. Every day there are reminders all around me of you, and I often ask myself, what would Christina say about this? Working for Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor of the North Tower, you did not survive. We have done our best to turn this tragedy into good by keeping your memory alive. Since 9/11/2001, we have had 27 students receive your scholarship to follow in your footsteps from Westlake High School to the University of Michigan. You would be so proud that your nephew Colin just graduated from U of M this past spring, and your niece Evelyn just graduated from Westlake, and my Mina started her freshman year there. I have taken my 6 kids back to Michigan to see all the places we ate, where we hung out, and hear all the stories about their Aunt Christina. Porter Library's Christina's Corner and the reading room at Westlake High School also keep your memory alive. A big thank you to Andrew, Rob, and all of our Westlake family for their constant efforts to ensure that our future generations will never forget about you or 9/11. Your legacy also continues on as your nieces Elise and Melanie have your name as part of theirs. Christina, you are an example of how one life, even in passing, continues to make such a difference. Your aunts and uncles, cousins, friends, Cleveland sisters, and Michigan sisters miss you so much. Above all else, your mom and dad miss you more than anything. They truly live for the day that they will meet you again. Your Amma and Appa said this, keep in peace until we get there, Sangha. Let this day be a reminder of the good that can come from such a tragedy, the good that can come from one life loved and lost. A reminder of how our country came together as one to pick up the pieces and rebuild. Let us not be divided today, but stay humbled and reminded of the everyday love, compassion, and gratitude that roots us as a nation. We more than proved that we were capable of this on September 12th. I am humbled and honored to stand before you today. I am humbled and honored to hear the names of the many first responders who bravely marched up those tower stairs to try and save you and so many others. I am humbled and honored to hear the names of so many victims. Christina, we love you, and we will never forget you or 9/11. God bless America. Thank you.
And my aunt, Gufari Kamardinova. I keep thinking about how different life could have been if you were still with us, and I wish that you got to see your nieces grow up and become the people that we are today. I always wondered how joyful life would have been with you, the amounts of fun we'd have, all the family gatherings we'd attend, and the amounts of holidays we spent together. I wish I had more of you than just a picture on a frame, and although I never had the chance to meet you, I can tell that I love you so much and that we would have gotten along perfectly. We miss you, and you will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Janice M. Scott, Randolph Scott, Christopher J. Scudder, Arthur Warren Scullin, Michael H. Seaman, Margaret M. Seliger, Anthony Segarra, Carlos Segarra, Jason M. Sexer, Matthew Carmen Seleto, Lieutenant Colonel Michael L. Sells, U.S. Army retired, Howard Selwyn, Larry John Senko, Arturo Angelo Sereno, Frankie Serrano, Marion H. Serva, Alina Sesanova, Adele Christine Sessa, Sita Namala Sinarin, Karen Lynn Seymour, Davis Greer Cessna Jr., Thomas Joseph Sroy, Jayesh Sentalal Shah, Khalid M. Shahid, Mohammed Shahjahan, Gary Shamai, Earl Richard Shanahan, Dan F. Shanower, Neil G. Shastri, Catherine Ann Chatzoff, Barbara A. Shaw, Jeffrey James Shaw, Robert John Shea Jr., Daniel James Shea, Joseph Patrick Shea, Kathleen Shearer, Robert M. Shearer, Linda June Sheehan, Hagay Sheffy, Antoinette M. Sherman, John Anthony Sherry, Atsushi Shiratori, Thomas Joseph Schubert, Mark Shulman, C. Wong Shum, Alan Abraham Schwartzstein, Claren Shelley Siegel Schwartz, Joanna Sigmund, Diane T. Signer, Gregory Sikorsky, Fighter Stephen Gerard Siller, New York City Fire Department, Squad 1. David Silver, Craig A. Silverstein, Nasima H. Simji, Bruce Edward Simmons, Diane M. Simmons, Donald D. Simmons, George W. Simmons, Arthur Simon, Kenneth Allen Simon, and my brother, Lieutenant Philip S. Petty, New York City Fire Department, Ladder 12. Phil was someone I always looked up to as we were growing up in Brooklyn. And after hearing about his actions on that horrific day, 22 years ago, he defined for me what a hero is. Phil is loved deeply and missed dearly by our family and his friends, but his legacy lives on as we all share our favorite stories and memories of his life. Love you, Phil. Talk to you later. And my beloved father, Brian Thomas Thompson. Dad, you have 5 terrific grandchildren, Serena, Teddy, Harrison, Morgan, and Reagan, who you never got to meet. They would have loved to meet their grandpa, Brian. We miss you, we love you, and we'll never forget your memory. Thank you, everyone.
Michael J. Simon,
Paul Joseph Simon,
Marianne LaQuarrie Simone,
Barry Simowitz,
Jane Louise Simpkin,
Jeff Young Simpson,
Cheryl D. Sincock,
Kamladi Humming Singh,
Roshan Ramesh Singh,
Thomas E. Sinton III,
Peter A. Syracuse,
Muriel F. Siskopolios,
Joseph Michael Sisolak,
John P. Scala,
Francis Joseph Skidmore Jr.,
Toyana Corliss Skinner,
Paul Albert Skrzypnik,
Christopher Paul Slattery,
Vincent Robert Slavin,
Robert F. Sliwa,
Paul Kenneth Sloan,
Stanley S. Magala Jr.,
Wendy L. Small,
Greg H. Smallwood,
Catherine T. Smith,
Daniel Lorenz Smith,
Gary F. Smith,
George Eric Smith,
Heather Lee Smith,
James Gregory Smith,
Jeffrey R. Smith,
Joyce Patricia Smith,
Carl T. Smith Sr.,
Kevin Joseph Smith,
Leon Smith Jr.,
Maria Ann Smith,
Monica Rodriguez Smith,
Rosemary A. Smith,
Bonnie Shiade Smithwick,
Rochelle Monique Snell,
Christine Ann Snyder,
Diane Bolus Snyder,
Leonard J. Snyder Jr.,
Astrid Elizabeth Solheim,
Sushil S. Solanki,
Ruben Solares,
Naomi Leah Solomon,
Daniel W. Song,
Marie Ray Soper,
Michael Charles Soresi,
Fabian Soto,
Timothy Patrick Solas,
Gregory Thomas Spagnoletti,
Donald F. Spatinato Jr.,
Thomas Sparaccio,
John Anthony Spatato,
Robert W. Spear Jr.,
Robert Spiceman,
Maynard S. Spence Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III,
and my brother, Michael Wittenstein. Words cannot express how much you are loved and missed. 22 years, it just feels almost like yesterday sometimes. But you would be so proud of your nieces and your nephews. They're growing up so fast. You're missing out on a lot. We love you and we miss you.
and my uncle Luis Eduardo Torres. Uncle, I hope you're reading this from wherever you are right now, but I just wanted to say that even though I never got the chance to speak to you, to hear you, nor meet you in person, I know you're the greatest father, uncle, brother, and friend to everyone. From the stories to the pictures given and told by Mamita, mi abuelo. Along with your siblings, just shows how much a loving son, brother you were to them. And wherever you went, everyone wanted to be close to you and share a moment with you because of the person you were. And the personality everyone enjoyed. You will always be a walking angel to your family. Te amo mucho, tío. Y te quiero para siempre. Blessed be your memory, and I will always love you. We miss you.
Robert Andrew Spencer,
Mary Rubina Sperando,
Frank Spinelli,
William E. Spitz,
Joseph Patrick Spohr Jr.,
Klaus Johannes Sprockham,
Serania Scherner,
Fitzroy St. Rose,
Michael F. Stable,
Lawrence T. Stack,
Timothy M. Stackpole,
Richard James Stadelberger,
Eric Adam Stallman,
Gregory Stike,
Alexandru LaRue Stan,
Karina Stan,
Mary Demencia Stanley,
Anthony Starita,
Jeffrey Stark,
Derek James Stakavicius,
Patricia J. Stotts,
Craig William Staub,
William V. Steckman,
Eric Thomas Steen,
William R. Steiner,
Alexander Robbins Steinman,
Edna L. Stevens,
Andrew Sturgiopoulos,
Andrew J. Stern,
Norma Lang Stuerley,
Martha Jane Stevens,
Michael James Stewart,
Richard H. Stewart Jr.,
Sanford M. Stoller,
Douglas Joel Stone,
Lonnie J. Stout,
Jimmy Neville Story,
Timothy Stout,
Thomas Strata,
James J. Strain Jr.,
Edward W. Straub,
George J. Strouch Jr.,
Edward Thomas Strauss,
Stephen R. Strauss,
Larry L. Strickland,
Stephen F. Strober,
Waylon Wellington Stewart Jr.,
Benjamin Suarez,
David Scott Suarez,
Ramon Suarez,
Dino Xavier Suarez Ramirez,
Yuichi Sumiyama Sugiyama.
William Christopher Sugar,
Daniel Thomas Sewer.
David Mark Sullins,
Christopher P. Sullivan.
Hilario Serrano Sumaya Jr.,
Thomas G. Sullivan.
and my mother, Virginia Elizabeth Fox. Mommy, I asked God for 15 years to bring me back a piece of you. And then he brought this little girl into my life and made life a whole lot better for me. We love you, we miss you, we can't replace you, and we won't try, Mommy, but we're gonna do what you asked us to do.
James Joseph Suazo. And my beautiful aunt, Lucille Teresa King, and Local 1 International Union of Elevator Constructors brother and hero, Chuck Costello.
Say you love you, Daddy.
Colin M. Sapisky, Robert Sutcliffe, Celine Sutter, Claudia Suzette Sutton, John Francis Swain, Christine M. Swearson, Brian David Sweeney, Brian Edward Sweeney, Madeline Amy Sweeney, Kenneth J. Swenson, Thomas F. Swift, Derek Ogilvie Sword, Kevin Thomas Zozak, Gina Steinberg, Norbert P. Shavkowski, Harry Tabak, Joanne C. Tabak, Norma C. Tadai, Michael Tedo Neo, Kaishiro Takahashi, Keishi Takashi, Phyllis Gale Talbot, Robert R. Tahami, John Talignani, Sean Patrick Tellon, Paul Talty, Morita Tam, Rachel Tamares, Hector Morgan Tamaya, Michael Andrew Tamuccio, Kemi Sherio Tankea, Rondell Sherry Tankard, Michael Anthony Tanner, Dennis Gerard Taramina Jr., Kenneth Joseph Taranio, Alan Tarasewicz, Michael C. Tarot, Ronald Tartaro, Deborah Chevalier Rella, Darrell Anthony Taylor, Deani Brooke Taylor, Hilda E. Taylor, Kip P. Taylor, Leonard E. Taylor, Larissa Salon Taylor, Michael Morgan Taylor, Sandra C. Taylor, Sandra Dawn Teague, Carl W. Tippy, Paul A. Techtmeyer, Yeshivant Morvar Ape, Anthony Tempesta, Dorothy Pearl Temple, Stanley L. Temple, David Gotaf Peter Tambran, Brian John Terenzi, Lisa Marie Terry, Gumati Thackerdine, Hashad Sham Tati, Michael Theodoridis, and my loving sister, Nicola Angela Thorpe. And for my youngest sweet sister, Nicola Angela Thorpe, we miss you. Your mother miss you. Valda Baines and your sisters and your brothers also miss you. And you're missed from Jamaica, Spanish Town, and we migrated from Jamaica. And we all miss you from Kingston, Jamaica, and Spanish Town. Thank you. And my handsome, crazy, fun big brother, Joseph John Hassan III. Joe, there are no words to express how much your family and friends love and miss you. The pain from your loss never ends. My heart breaks for all you've missed. Watching your handsome son grow, your incredible nieces and nephews, your devoted wife, your brothers, your family, your whole family. My heart breaks for all 3,000, almost 3,000 precious souls that were lost on that day. You should be here enjoying life and growing old with us. It goes without saying that we and all of us here will never forget, but the country and world must never forget, not only that day, but also the days, the weeks, the months after where we all came together. I'd love to see that again. And lastly, I know my brother would want me to give a big thank you to all the first responders, firemen, police officers, our military, for all they do. We owe them a world of gratitude and our utmost respect. They put their lives on the line trying to keep us safe every day. God bless you all. God bless America. And Joe, until we meet again, I'll love you forever. Thank you.
Thomas F. Thurkoff Jr.
Leslie and Thomas.
Brian Thomas Thompson.
Clive Ian Thompson.
Len Thompson.
Nigel Bruce Thompson.
Perry A. Thompson.
Vanava Alexi Thompson.
William H. Thompson.
Eric Raymond Thorpe.
Nicola Angela Thorpe.
Tamara C. Thurman.
Sal Edward Thierry Jr.
John Patrick Tierney.
Mary Ellen Tiesi.
William Randolph Tista.
Kenneth Tejan.
Stephen Edward Todd.
Scott Charles Timmis.
Michael E. Tinley.
Jennifer M. Tino.
Robert Frank Tipaldi.
John James Tipping II.
David Tirado.
Hector Luis Tirado Jr.
Michelle Lee Titolo.
Alicia Nicole Titus.
John J. Tobin.
Richard J. Tedisco.
Otis V. Tolberg.
Vladimir Tomasevich.
Stephen Kevin Thompson.
Thomas Tom.
Doris Torres.
Luis Eduardo Torres.
Amy Elizabeth Toyin.
Christopher Michael Trena.
Daniel Patrick Trant.
Abdul Kareem Traore.
Glenn J. Travers Sr.
Walter Philip Travers.
Felicia Yvette Trailer Bass.
James Anthony Trentini.
Mary Barbara Trentini.
Lisa L. Tretola.
Karamo Baba Trera.
Michael Angel Trinidad.
Francis Joseph Trambino.
Gregory James Trost.
Willie Hugh Troy.
William P. Slepis Jr.
Janetta Valentinovna Soy.
Michael Patrick Tucker.
Lance Richard Tumulty.
Ching Ping Tung.
Simon James Turner.
Donald Joseph Tuzio.
Robert T. Twomeg.
Jennifer Lynn Temis.
John G. Yulthofer.
And my uncle, Bart Joseph Ruggieri. We live each day with your memory in our hearts, and although you cannot be here with us, your legacy continues to build through all those who are lucky enough to have shared a single moment with you. We love and miss you every day, and we will never forget.
And my uncle, Richard H. Stewart. Your family and friends love and miss you, and we live every day with your memory in our hearts.
Tyler Victor Ugalon.
Michael A. Uliano.
Jonathan J. Uman.
Anil Shivari Umakar.
Alan V. Upton.
Diane Marie Urban.
John Damian Boccaccio.
Bradley Hodges Vadas,
William Valcarcel,
Felix Antonio Vale,
Ivan Vale,
Benito Valentin,
Santos Valentin Jr.,
Carlton Francis Dalvo II,
Pendiala Vansakrishna,
Erica H. Van Acker,
Kenneth W. Van Auken,
R. Bruce Van Hine,
Daniel M. Van Leer,
Edward Raymond Vanacore,
John Charles Vandervander,
Frederick T. Varachi,
Gopala Krishnan Varadin,
David Vargas,
Scott C. Vassell,
Azael Ishmael Vasquez,
Ronald J. Hawk,
Archangel Vasquez,
Santos Vasquez,
Peter Vega,
Sankara Sastry Velamori,
Jorge Velasquez,
Lawrence G. Velling,
Anthony Mark Ventura,
David Vera,
Loretta Ann Vero,
Christopher James Villalonga,
Matthew Gilbert Viana,
Robert Anthony Bisciaro,
Celeste Torres Victoria. God bless her.
Joanna Vidal,
I got it. John T. Vigiano II,
Joseph Vincent Vigiano,
Frank J. Vignola Jr.,
Joseph Barry Villardo,
Clarabelle Villalobos Hernandez,
Sergio Gabriel Villanova,
Chantal Vincelli,
Melissa Renee Vincent,
Francine Ann Virgiolo,
Lawrence Virgilio,
Joseph Gerard Diciano,
Joshua S. Vitale,
Maria Percoco Vola,
Lynette D. Vasquez,
Garo H. Boscarigian,
Alfred Anton Bucosa,
Gregory Kamal Bruno Wackler,
Karen J. Wagner,
Mary Alice Wallstrom,
and my sister Deborah Ann DiMartino. On September 11, 2001, through a senseless act of terrorism, our loved ones were taken from us. My sister Deborah Ann DiMartino was a loving daughter, wife, mother of two beautiful daughters, and sister. Debbie embraced life and immersed herself in her family and work. She was gentle, loving, and beautiful, just like the butterflies she admired. On October 2001, during the ceremony near Ground Zero, I held a picture of my sister as high as I could so the world could see her beautiful face and with some hope of being found. As I held her picture on this cold day, a beautiful butterfly circled, landed on her picture, and then flew out of sight. We took this as a sign, a message from Debbie, letting us know that she was okay and would come to us when we needed her. Through the years, when we were troubled, angry, sad, and heartbroken, a butterfly would appear. Is this coincidence or a true sign to comfort us? Looking out at familiar faces,
feeling the pain we all possess. I hope that one day everyone can find a symbol of peace. We will never overcome September 11th. We will never forget. But we all must hold on to the memories we have and find peace.
And my brother, Barry Simowitz, Tower 2, 79th floor, Sky Lobby. Barry, we miss you and we love you and we think about you every day. God bless you. God bless all the victims. God bless our first responders. God bless the military. God bless America. God bless democracy. Thank you.
Honor Elizabeth Waino.
Gabriela Sabina Boston.
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford.
Courtney Wainsworth Walcott.
Victor Wall.
Kenneth Waldy.
Benjamin James Walker.
Glenn Wall.
Mitchell Scott Wallace.
Peter Guider Wallace.
Robert Francis Wallace.
Matthew Blake
Jean Marie Wallendorf.
John Wallace Jr.
Meta L. Waller.
Jim Walsh.
Barbara P. Walsh.
Jane Wing.
Jeffrey P. Walls.
Michael Vecchiola.
Wee Bin Wang.
Timothy Ray Ward.
Stephen Gordon Ward.
Brian G. Warner.
James A. Waring.
Charles Waters.
Derek Christopher Washington.
Patrick J. Waters.
James Thomas Waters Jr.
Michael Henry Wade.
Kenneth Thomas Watson.
Walter Edward Weaver.
Todd Christopher Weaver.
Dinah Webster.
Nathaniel Webb.
Joanne Flora Will.
William Michael Weems.
Stephen Weinberg.
Michael T. Weinberg.
Stephen George Weinstein.
Scott Jeffrey Weingard.
David M. Weiss.
Simon Weiser.
Chin Sun Pack Wells.
David Thomas Weiss.
Deborah Jacobs Walsh.
Vincent Michael Wells.
Christina Mans Rudolph Weimers.
Timothy Matthew Welty.
John Joseph Bleckness.
Sue Hu Wen.
Peter M. West.
Ola D. Wengerchuk.
Meredith Lynn Whalen.
Whitfield West Jr.
Adam S. White.
Eugene Michael Whalen.
James Patrick White.
Edward James White III.
And my brother Joe. Joe Calandrillo. Just a good man. I mean, always putting everybody before himself. And I know he's been watching me, miss my hook shot center court. He had it 10 times lately. And I don't know where we go when we leave here, but if they have schoolyards, he'll pick me for his team anyway. Even though I'm not good anymore. That's Joey. I mean, always doing something for somebody else. And, I didn't forget our last one-on-one in Plainview, and you owe me a rematch. If only got the damn ball away from you. And like an idiot, I ran to center court with a great for teams with playing against you. The ball had moved. Took my shot, you waited, one jump, you had the ball, game over for me. I miss you, Joey, I really do. Well, eventually we'll get to the same place anyway. Oh, and somehow my Moses Malone ended up in your trunk and I want it back. Thanks. Talk to you soon. Bye.
And my uncle, John M. Poacher. I'm too young to have met the people whose names have been read this morning, including my uncle. But instead, I get to meet the people who they touched during their lives, and those who continue to carry on their legacy. And the strength, courage, and perseverance that you all continue to show every day, every year when you come here, is truly inspiring to me.
John Sylvester White.
Kenneth Wilburn White
Jr.,
Leonard Anthony White,
Melissa Y. White,
Maudlin A. White,
Sandra L. White,
Wayne White,
Leanne Marie Whiteside,
Mark P. Whitford,
Leslie A. Whittington,
Michael T. Holy,
Mary Lenz Wyman,
Jeffrey David Wiener,
William J. Wick,
Allison Marie Wildman,
Glenn E. Wilkinson,
Ernest M. Wilcher,
John Charles Willett,
Brian Patrick Williams,
Candace Lee Williams,
Crossley Richard Williams Jr.,
David J. Williams,
David Lucian Williams,
Debbie L. Williams,
Dwayne Williams,
Kevin Michael Williams,
Louis Anthony Williams,
Louis Calvin Williams III,
John P. Williamson,
Donna Ann Wilson,
William Eben Wilson,
David Harold Winton,
Glenn J. Winnock,
Thomas Francis Wise,
Alan L. Wisniewski,
Frank Paul Wisniewski,
Davis Wiswall,
Sigrid Charlotte Wilsey,
Michael R. Wittenstein,
Christopher W. Woodencheck,
Martin Phillips Walforth,
Catherine Susan Wolf,
Jennifer Yen Wong,
Suchong Steve Wong,
Yin Ping Wong,
Yuck Ping Wong,
Brent James Woodall,
James John Woods,
Marvin Roger Woods,
Patrick J. Woods,
Richard Heron Woodwell,
David Terrence Woolley,
John Bentley Works,
Martin Michael Wortley,
Rodney James Watton,
William Wren, retired,
John W. Wright Jr.,
Neil Robin White,
Sandra Lee Wright,
Jupiter Yembin,
and my sister, Gabriella Sylvina Weissman. 22 years ago today, we lost my sister, Gabby. The phrase never forget has become synonymous with the day. I say always remember, because that is what my family and families who have lost a loved one on 9/11 do on a daily basis, not just on the anniversary of that day. We remember Gabby's smile, her laugh, her wit, her kind ways, her great sense of humor, her infamous April Fool's jokes, her love and understanding for all people of every walk of life, her willingness to help others always, and her inimitable way of living life in the moment. We also remember all of the responders and all of those brave people who have since passed as a result of 9/11 related illnesses, and also remember and are grateful to the members of our armed forces for fighting for our country to protect us all. We thank the 9/11 Memorial Foundation for making sure that the world too remembers and for keeping this important tradition alive. My hope is that today everyone takes at least one moment out of their busy lives to remember and reach out to those who have lost loved ones. It doesn't take the pain
of the lost away. Unfortunately, nothing ever will, but it helps to know that others remember too.
And my cousin firefighter Thomas Anthony Casoria. To his mother Judy, father Carlos, and son, also a firefighter, Carlos Jr., as well as my extended family in New York City. Your family in Chicago, where I'm from, shares your pain and pray for your healing. To all the persons that are in front of me and those that aren't unable to attend today, many of you I recognize as me standing in front a number of the years. My condolences to you as well. To those who have died and are suffering from cancers associated with being contaminated from substances from the debris, may you rest in peace, and may your doctors in faith heal your suffering. Thank you to the staff of the 911 Memorial, and in particular Ms. Hillman, in continuing this honored ceremony each year. Thank you to our elected officials who continue to attend our ceremony over the years for your support. A big thank you to Mayor Bloomberg for his support of the 911 Memorial Museum. Thank you to President Bush and Governor Pataki for your leadership during the most trying time our country has faced. And a special thanks to Mayor Rudy Giuliani for his extreme calm in the face of the worst disaster the USA has ever faced, and your attendance at my cousin's funeral on August 9th, 2002. It will always be remembered, and we will be grateful forever. Most of all, to the first responders who run in when everybody else runs out. May St. Florian and St. Michael protect you each and every day and keep you safe. And may God bless us all.
John D. Yamnicki, Sr.
Suresh Yanamadala,
Vicky Yancey,
Shuyin Yang,
Matthew David Yarnell,
Myrna Yaskulka,
Shakila Yasmin,
Olabisi Shadi Layeni Ye,
Kevin W. Yoakum,
Edward P. York,
Kevin Patrick York,
Raymond R. York,
Suzanne Martha Yeomans,
Barrington Leroy Young Jr.,
Donald MacArthur Young,
Edmund G. Young Jr.,
Jacqueline Young,
Lisa L. Young,
Elkin Ewan,
Joseph C. Zaccoli,
Adele Agabi Sakari,
Arkady Zaltzman,
Edwin J. Zambrana Jr.,
Robert Allen Zampieri,
Mark Zambrelli,
Christopher R. Zarba Jr.,
Ira Zaslow,
Kenneth Albert Zellman,
Abraham J. Zalmanowitz,
Martin Morales Zempoal Tecatel,
Jay Jing,
Mark Scott Zeppelin,
Ji Yao Justin Zhao,
Yuguang Zhang,
Evelyn Zimniski,
Michael Joseph Zinzi,
Charles Allen Zion,
Julie Lynn Zipper,
Salvatore J. Ziza,
Prokopios Paul Zois,
Joseph J. Sukala,
Andrew Stephen Zucker.
Igor Zuckelman.
And my big brother, Andrew Ira Rosenblum. Andy, in the last 2 decades, your 2 young sons have grown to become exceptional grown men with families of their own. You have 2 grandsons right now, a 3rd grandchild on the way. Our family loves you. We miss you. We think of you every day. You will never be forgotten. God bless America.
And my husband, Bernard Petronico, 104th floor, Camp Fitzgerald. We've learned how to live with it, but we've never gotten over it. We miss you. We love you every day.
I want to thank everyone here today, and especially the September 11th, the National September 11th Memorial Museum, because I have the distinct honor of reading the names of those that might have been missed by other readers, but their names are never forgotten here, ever. So here we go. James William Barbarella, Lawrence Ira Beck, Carl John Biedigan, Jeremy Kaz Carrington, Christopher Michael Karstingen, Vivian Casaldua, Richard G. Cattarelli, Juan Armando Ceballos, Charles A. Droz III, Michael E. Esposito, Meredith Emily June Ewart, Catherine K. Fagan, Richard Peter Gabriel, Joseph F. Holland, Robert Allen Miller, Scott J. O'Brien, Dennis James O'Connor Jr., Ada Rosario, Mark Dave Rothenberg, Patrick Sullivan, Gabriella Sylvina Wiseman, Roy Michael Wallace, and Matthew Blake Wallens. Thank you.
Well, gang, I hope you guys enjoyed this presentation. It was one of the most heartbreaking and somehow uplifting, for the most part, to start the week. I'm surprised that Mayor Giuliani even got a mention toward the end of the ceremony. Let's just say the guy in the uniform had more guts to say his name than I ever would. Because if anybody's lost the ideal of honor and patriotism, it's Rudy Giuliani. I'm hoping to put together a video sometime later this afternoon or tonight and do a commentary with footage from that fateful day. But I don't know. I gotta get something to eat. I'm tired. And I just want to say before I close, keep the victims in your thoughts. Keep the families in your thoughts. And never give the punks who did this the time of day. So, have a good afternoon, everybody, and I will talk to you again really soon. Thanks for watching. Good night, and God bless America, for sure. Thanks, everybody. Bye.